Yeah.
So just as a reminder, we do broadcast by Zoom for our members to be able to tune in and check out what's going on, which has been actually very successful and helped keep folks informed of kind of what we're doing. We've got the unit clarification rolling. Thank you for giving input on that as we kind of clarify some questions, because that hasn't been done in many, many years, and this will be great. We've made all the initial language proposals on our side, except for a couple articles, which we'll go through today. You all have gotten everything across on your side, which is incorporated into this document that I prepared. And we've got our tentative agreement reached on all compensation and contract language for the ESPs, which we're working on. Our fabulous Sherry has taken all those scribbly TAs and worked on getting that major project done. So we'll hopefully get this done this week and out for ratification. So my plan for today was to just kind of walk through this. I think there's going to be it's 93 pages. A lot of it is some simple stuff, you know, language, just items, the he and the she to they, a few title changes, and some things that maybe, you know, it's been a while since we reviewed the language. Yeah. So there may be some things that we need some refresher on, but I thought today we would just, let's work through it. If there's things that we can TA, we'll do that. I did bring copies of the ESP TAs if there's something we need to check that we need to try to bring clarity. And otherwise, we will just work together, and we need to take breaks to work through things. And we're having a little issues with printers on our side, but we'll work through it. All right. Sounds good. So in your packet, and I did bring a copy of your proposals too. So if you have questions there, we can follow along. All right. So we just have the cover. We are seeking to make sure that this is a 3-year agreement. I know on the ESP contract, we've done a 2-year there to try to make some staggering, so we're not dealing with 2 full books in 1 year. So that's the cover there. The next is on all of the names, you know, school board, superintendent, interim superintendent Van Ayers, the bargaining team. I tried to kind of match what was on the ESP, but we can look over that. Need to. And then, of course,
can we just make an edit on Charm's first name, missing just an O. It's just a typo. M-I-O-N.
M-I-O-N. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that.
I didn't even realize my own name was spelled wrong.
C-H.
Human Resources Officer.
Isn't it Chief of Human Resources?
No, Chief Human Resources Officer.
Oh, okay. I copied offline.
Yeah.
So it should be Chief Human Resources Officer. Okay.
Not Chief Human
Resources. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's C-H-A-R-M-O-I-N? I-O-N. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
My name gets spelled.
Thank you for catching it.
You're welcome.
Are there any others there we should?
Nope, everything looks good.
You want to TA this one?
Yes.
All right.
And the cover.
Okay, we'll do that. Right off the bat. Let's keep this pace up. And what we can do is, well, we may not be able to make copies today, but we can always scan it and send it to you.
We'll sign second.
The third page is, you know, our crew.
Yep.
So we've looked over it, and if you're good. And then the next is the HCTA staff. Okay. The next page is the table of contents. I mean, there's a few appendices there that if we want to wait and look at the rest of the contract, we can wait on. And then of course I had put a note here that we would update the section numbering.
Sounds good.
But I'll just get that one to the side for now. All right, so page 7. I've got some notes here. We've already TA'd the very top there. We've TA'd some of these pages already. I think 5 and 6 of the contract. So that top part where we had talked about Appendix A, that's already been TA'd. 1.2.2 has already been TA'd. So this supremacy language is a counter. We had originally proposed some language. I know you all brought back some language about state or federal law shall supersede any conflicting provision of this contract. Yeah. And we're just countering here with the language that we agreed to, believe it's, should be what we have in the ESP contract. This contract shall govern wages, hours, and terms and conditions of employment for employees in the bargaining unit. This contract shall supersede any policy, procedure, guideline, or administrative directive with which it may conflict. Faculty handbooks, countywide publications, and other guides shall conform to the provisions of this contract. State or federal law shall supersede any conflicting provision of this contract in accordance with Article 25.
And that's the supremacy article.
Yep.
I mean,
And, savings clause.
Thank you.
And if you want, we can flip there now, or we can wait. It's up to you.
we can look at it now.
Okay, so that would be in your packet on page 89. Skip ahead. And this is the same language from the ESP contract.
Okay.
If any provision of this agreement is or shall at any time be found by a court of competent jurisdiction to be contrary to law or Florida Board of Education regulations, then such provisions shall not be applicable or performed or enforced, except to the extent permitted by law. In such cases, either party may compel negotiations over replacement provision. All other provisions of this agreement shall continue in effect. And that was,
Was the first line that's the same as the ESP?
I think so.
Yeah.
A lot of TAs.
Yeah.
All right. This is what if you want, I can just read from the ESP. Did you find yours? Jen?
Yeah, but
Okay. I'll wait for you.
Mhm.
We need the Jeopardy music. There's like a bunch of copies of page 4 because we would like TA
Yeah.
things. So page 4 in the ESP agreement, if that helps. 1.3. All right, we ended up TAing. This contract shall govern wages, hours, and terms and conditions of employment for employees in the bargaining unit. This contract shall supersede any policy, procedure, guideline, or administrative directive with which it may conflict. Faculty handbooks, countywide publications, and other guidelines shall conform to the provisions of this contract. State or federal law shall supersede any conflicting provision of this contract in accordance with Article 26 of this agreement. And then Article 26.
we're good.
Yep.
Which I remember you had your suggestion of move the sentence.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
all right, so that's the same supremacy.
Yep.
We're good on that?
We're good on that.
Okay. Let's think. There is, we TA'd 1.4.1. And then before we TA,
Mhm.
we can look at it. We had proposed some language here on definitions, and we originally had a proposal for emergency, which I know there was questions about that. So we've kind of edited it and come up with some language. We looked at the Sarasota County contract
Mhm.
because as we work through this, we know there's a lot of reference to emergency. So our new proposal here is emergency. Any condition that constitutes a real and immediate danger to the district where major interruptions have occurred and could not have been reasonably anticipated in the normal operations of the school system or by any serious changes outlined in Florida Statute Chapter 1012. And then, because the statute defines emergency as well. And then we also have teachers shall refer to any member of the bargaining unit that is an employee covered by this contract unless otherwise differentiated herein. Because we had originally proposed like teacher is just because it's used interchangeably, but we also know there are parts where this contract does refer specifically to student services or things like that.
Correct.
So,
All right, so if we can hold on that.
okay. Do you want to see that one?
Yep.
Now, just for the,
Yep.
and then I'll put it in our comeback file. All right, page 8. We already TA'd 2.1.5, changing the his and her to their. And on 2.1.10, you all had a proposal, we had a proposal. So this is an attempt to kind of combine those two to see if we can find a solution. Early release days may be adjusted to full days when needed to make up instructional minutes lost due to emergency closure if the closure resulted in falling below the state requirement for instructional minutes in a semester and both parties mutually agree. This is, I believe, our current practice. We added if the parties mutually agree because that's what we do. We work on those days to try to figure out which day that is. And then we've incorporated our proposal of during winter and spring exam weeks, early release days for elementary and middle school will be scheduled to bring parity with high school exam day schedules. The total amount of release time scheduled shall not exceed 2.5 hours during each week.
Okay.
So we're trying to kind of,
Yeah, we are not in agreement with the exam language.
Okay.
You know, obviously elementaries don't do exams. And there's not parity. I mean, the elementary work day, student day is different amount of time than the secondary student day already. So that would be,
can you explain that a little more?
Sure.
What do you mean?
elementary students are not at school as long as secondary students.
What's the
Hours,
difference in the, or the
all right,
hours?
oh boy, you're gonna have to help me, Rebecca. So the students are day for elementary, that's,
So a typical school, not a pre-K 8, but a typical school is 7:40 to 1:55,
Mhm,
Tuesday through Friday, and 7:40 to 12:55 on Mondays.
mhm.
Okay, and then high school?
High school,
Or middle school,
students are 8:30 to 3:30. And middle school-ish, 9:30 to 4:30. It's not exact that, but it's in that ballpark-ish.
Okay.
So, but I understand, that week looks different, but they're obviously secondary, employees. The reason they have that extra time is because they are grading exams, that have to be scanned. They have to be input, all of it's just different. That week has different responsibilities.
If those responsibilities are done, there are many employees who do leave those days, and I think that's where that parity issue is coming from, and the kind of the perception from our elementary and some of our middle school folks of,
Mhm.
that's great, they got their scanning and duties done, and they're able to use that comp time and take off, and
But let's look at what's the student day for elementary? What time do elementary teachers work till?
55. But
So-
they start almost an hour earlier.
If it's seven to 3.
Correct. My argument, for lack of a better word, is that those couple hours that secondary can leave on that one exam week, elementary has, I know they have meetings and they have different things, but they have that each day on their schedule where they could sign out and use comp time if they didn't have, so it does look different. Whereas secondary, the kids leave at 3:30, your teacher workday ends at 3:40 or 3:35. So it's not the same. In fact, I would probably argue that elementary probably has more opportunity to use comp time, and I'm not elementary, so I don't want to make this but
Do you want me to?
sure,
So
yes.
judging from typically, an
Mhm.
elementary teacher would be able to leave with comp time Monday after students are dismissed. So let's say that, after duty or whatever it might be, once students are off campus, they're permitted to use comp time. And then Wednesday through Friday, they could use comp time. So elementary teachers could leave, let's say, 2:10, 2:00 even, if their duty was covered.
No,
Elementary-
this is you speaking.
Elementary teachers have the option to use comp time Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. There's an extended period of time after the day when the students end before their workday ends. Whereas what Ms. Shotwell's saying is that high school teachers, students leave the building at 3:30 and their day ends at 3:35 or 3:40, which only allows them to use maybe 5 minutes of comp time if it's a full day for students.
Okay.
So,
All right, so we'll talk about with the team, because
Okay.
we had this kind of conformed with
okay,
your proposal. All right. Page 9, this has to do, 2.2.2 has to do with vacation. A big part of what we had been working on in the compensation proposals for our 12-month, trying to bring a little bit less of the hourly rate separation between the 10 and 12-month.
mhm,
We know that there's a separation that's in the hourly rate that's supposed to account for the ability to take vacation. But what we continually hear is that, I'm very limited on my vacation or I can't use it. So we're trying to just clarify this language here. Every effort will be made to grant employee vacation whenever possible. If vacation is denied, the employee shall be provided with written explanation for reason of denial. So we know that when we originally proposed this language, we had stricken whenever possible, but we know that that was important to the board, so we had come up with this counter to, when it's not possible, can we have that explanation?
Okay. All right, if you can hold there, we'll discuss.
Yep. On 2.4.2, there was the board proposal to strike the last two sentences, but we've countered with some language that would just convene the committees as needed and by a yearly deadline. So this is, the compensation shall be based on 8 hours of scheduled time. The association and board agreed to develop criteria for the payment of supplemental salaries for teachers over and above the amount reflected in the contracted basic salary schedule. And so what we're proposing here for these next two sentences is to keep the parties will convene a committee or committees as needed and as determined by by size and scope to examine and make recommendations regarding educational athletic supplements. Prior to commencing of negotiations in a given year, the committees must set meetings and times and complete their work and submit recommendations to parties by April 15th or prior to the opening of negotiations. And so we didn't want to completely get rid of that, but just trying to make it more like, well, if we don't need it in a year, we're good.
Right.
But if we do, let's talk, let's convene and then make sure those committees get their suggestions in ahead of negotiations so we're not scrambling.
And this is only in regard to supplements.
Yes, because
Yeah.
your proposal was to strike
Yep.
those two. We just wanted to kind of,
Okay.
we saw where you were going.
Yep.
like,
Okay.
Let's keep it, but make it a little more
right.
communicative.
All right, we will talk about that.
All right, page 12, you had proposed changing area superintendent to regional superintendent, so we're good with that.
Okay.
Think, okay, at the bottom, this goes into the next page. 'Cause
Okay.
When we look at 13.
All right.
In cases of student services, it's 2.9.4 on page 12. So it starts with, in cases of student services, vacancies that must be covered by existing staff providing coverage shall be entitled to extra pay at their currently hourly rate, T-payroll, to provide for additions to their caseload. The board had proposed, provided that their regular day is extended by the equivalent of 1 hour. Our team didn't necessarily agree with that because an hour at the end of the day may not actually account for their caseload. So we were trying to find a solution there from our student services, but it is to provide for additions to their caseload.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, obviously, when teachers teach an extra period a day, they are expected to stay that extra hour.
Yeah, and I think we talked about this, T-payroll is a newer thing for me coming back
Mhm.
here, so, but I know we can talk more about it as a team
Okay.
too, but.
I think I understand where you're going, and we'll talk about it.
Yep.
But I think ultimately the reason that you're receiving the additional hour of pay is because if you're getting the caseload from other counselors, then there's additional work to be done, which therefore could not be completed in the normal amount of time. If you have an additional caseload and it's not creating more work that goes beyond the workday, then I would probably say that we have to look at our formulas. Maybe
Okay.
it is able to be done in that time
Okay.
frame. So that would be, if you're taking on a whole nother counselors and dividing it, then there's probably extra work to be done.
Okay.
Extra emails, extra parents to respond to, all those things. So I think that is the mindset with T-payroll, that you're being compensated because we know that you can't get that done in the amount of time that you're being compensated.
All right, everything else on page 13 is already
already
been
done, right?
resolved.
Yep.
You can see we
Yeah.
got 2 of the 5.
Yeah, yep. Sounds good.
All right, I'm gonna just kind of pin these 2 together on bold.
Okay.
All right, page 14, we already TA'd letter B there at the top with the they apply rather than he, she applies.
Yeah.
There were a couple other things here in D and E on the he, she to they are, and E, his, her to their interests.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
All right, so the next one I think kind of goes, 15 and 16 go together, but we'll start with this 2.12.4. There was a proposal by the board on letter E, assignments will constitute for salary purposes more than 1/2 of the school year, thus entitling each participant to 1 year of service on the salary schedule and credit for, we would strike tenure
Mhm.
and say credit for non-probationary purposes. And we had discussed that there was no impact to employees who retain their PSC or continuing contract. We're just removing that term tenure.
Correct.
So we're good with that, as
Yeah.
long as we keep that note. And then I'm just gonna mark that we're good on this.
Mhm.
But then we have this issue of school choice. So I'll try to walk through this. I know that there was an issue of the board not being able to promise if space is limited. But what we're trying to get at is that our employees have priority over others, right?
Mhm.
Clearly, if 200 teachers apply to the same school, okay, first come, first serve. We don't think that's gonna happen, but
Mhm.
we're trying to get at this issue of space. So for school choice priority for employee children, and this would say, except for BPK PEEP classes, employees shall be given priority over others to enroll or transfer their children or children for whom they are legally responsible in a school of their choice, space permitting. This will not exempt them from existing eligibility requirements. If space is limited due to placement of other employees' children, the employee will be given an explanation in writing, and their children will be given priority upon the next opening at that school. So you're trying to find that middle ground of, we understood that if there are issues with space, that's addressed.
The red, is that
That-
was
that's-
your,
I think that's original language.
okay, yeah, I was trying to remember if that was original
Yeah,
language
anything
or.
that's red is original. If there was something that
Okay.
like we proposed that we were changing, it would be in blue with a strike through.
Got it.
So, yeah. So if you
Mhm.
want, I'll let you TA the tenure and then we can, I don't know if you
Yeah,
need to hold on
Yeah,
that
we
one.
do.
Hold on that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
Yeah, we have to
TA'd,
talk.
we TA'd
E.
E, but we're gonna hold on that where it goes from the bottom of 15 to the top of 16.
Okay.
All right. So page 16, Article 3, we are proposing changing teacher rights and responsibility to employee rights and responsibility. 3.1.1, we're proposing adding this part about SIP waivers being provided to the association. So it would read, school improvement plan waivers shall be considered part and parcel to the collective bargaining agreement. Provisions shall be noted in a memorandum of understanding and provided to the association, which I believe we're doing. We just got a bunch of them.
Mhm.
So, and then down in 3.1.5, this is some language that we had proposed before, but just making sure it's still out there and we can figure it out. 3.1.5 would read, the association will be provided with a record of the vote for any waiver. Pre-K 8 and K-12 site voting records will distinguish between the votes of employees who work with students in elementary grades, students in middle grades, or students in all grades. And this has to do with, you can probably see why we're looking at that, because if it's a waiver that's impacting, like at a K-8, if it's impacting middle and there's more votes one way or the other, we just want to make sure that those votes impacting that particular group of employees is covered. And then we have a new 3.1.6, no waiver of the contract may be implemented at a site without the express written authorization of both the superintendent or designee and the association president or designee, because it is a waiver of the contract. And so you can kind of see where we're going. We want to get a copy of it. Let's see the votes, make sure it's, and then everybody's good to go. Because we have been finding this year, coming back these first few months, first was our school, we had some issues with voting, and it's to try to help head those off before it turns into a big blowout. Knowing that everybody's gonna get this information, that, you know, there's no secrets here.
Right.
That's our goal.
Okay. Well, we had discussed this section and, we are comfortable with 3.1.1.
Okay.
And then the other two sections, we are not comfortable with. 3.1.5, HCTA, the CTA building rep at each site, is a part of counting the votes, so they would be privy to that information. And then 3.1.6, you know, obviously not just CTA members get to vote, during that waiver process. All members of the bargaining unit get to vote. And we believe that the process is in place to create local decision-making, that a school can make their decision whether that waiver can be waived.
Right?
And ultimately, if we get the contract where it needs to be, there might be way less waivers.
Yeah, but I will say, you know, the collective bargaining agreement is negotiated between the Hillsborough Classroom Teachers Association and the school board. We have, through the bargaining process, said, all right, we will allow waivers, but that does not mean we open up the document to just, oh, because this group over here decided, and it's members and non-members, there's nothing there. There's no intent there to disenfranchise non-dues paying members.
Right.
Because HCTA is the bargaining representative for all employees despite membership.
So give me an example, what would this look like? So you would say, so a school and their employees followed the process and they voted to waive something. Are you saying that you would, as CTA leadership, be able to say, no, we don't think you should?
Yeah. And it could be the same for the board. That if employees are coming up with a waiver that, hey, you know, this is outside of the scope of what this is really intended. That's the concern there.
Okay. Yeah.
So we can TA the change to 3 and the 3.1.1.
Correct.
With these other two.
Yeah.
Okay.
And to clarify, you guys do not like 3.1.5 as well?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can, I think we do provide that information to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that right now you do have access, but we're giving it to you in our status, but you do have access to that because you have a member, a CTA rep that's sitting in on every one of those counts. So you would be able to also collect that information.
And in the cases
Right.
where there isn't a rep, we do have some sites where that, you know, that person may not, there may not be someone, or that rep has moved and we've not secured one there. I think, you know, I don't know, this comes out of some issues of where there are administrators that are overly involved in that process. And so to support that site, that's why we are pushing that language. And again, if we're already sharing that record, you know, we're looking for that accountability piece.
Yeah.
So
We'll discuss 3.1.5.
okay.
We'll hold on that.
I guess we'll just hold on everything there then. We agree in spirit on the other two.
Yeah.
All right, page 17, 3.2.2, this is the board proposal to change pupil to student. In the event a teacher is absent, it shall be the teacher's responsibility to have lesson plans at the school prior to the start of the student day to cover the period of absence not to exceed the bounds of the week in which the absence has occurred. We're fine with that. And then in 3.2.4 and 3.2.5, these are some proposals that HCTA had made. So 3.2.4, exceptional student education personnel assigned to case management responsibility and the development of individual education plans, IEPs, or educational plans for gifted students, EPs, shall be released from other non-classroom assignments for that purpose, including trainings for content area for which they are not delivering instruction. Whenever possible, IEPs should be scheduled during the normal teacher workday. When this is not possible, affected teachers shall be awarded comp time for meetings beyond the workday or during their contractual planning time. So just a little bit of clarity there.
Yeah.
3.2.5, same thing. Just we've already defined what IEPs are, so it would just be IEPs or EP. So no substantive changes.
Yeah, and we are not in agreement with this. IEPs and EPs are different, volume, of time that takes from that, and, we are, don't believe that that should be added to this language.
Just the first part, what about including trainings for content areas for which they are not delivering instruction?
Yeah, there's, if the site decides that there's a training that should be cross-content, then, yeah, no, we don't believe that that should be in there.
All right, and then down with 3.3.1, so
Mhm.
this would be, we're trying to get some clarity here on parent conferences. So this would be parent conferences. Parent conferences shall be scheduled upon the request of a parent. Time spent shall not exceed 5 hours each semester. A maximum of 4 scheduled conference day nights per school year may be scheduled for teachers to utilize for parent requested conferences. The school parent conference day will be a paid day if parent conferences are held as scheduled in this item. And then for 3.3.2, if a teacher cannot comply with the afternoon, evenings, or evening schedule for parent conferences, the teacher shall inform the administrator and notify the parents of their students. The teacher and the administrator will attempt to identify an alternative time for the scheduling of these conferences, which is mutually agreeable to both parties, and shall be in lieu of work time on the scheduled parent conference day as defined in 3.3.1. We felt that that was important because the whole reason of that is you can't be
Mhm.
there that day, so
Mhm.
this is in lieu
Yep.
of.
Yep.
In the event a mutually agreeable time is not available, the teacher shall report to work on the day that is designated as parent conference day on the work schedule. So we think that this is all already what's going on, but we also felt it was important that this is based on that communication between the teacher and the parent.
Right.
My experience in elementary, that's where I came from,
Mhm.
was even on a parent day or conference day or night, even if every parent was like, I'll come, you were not going to get all those conferences done on that night. There are a lot of conferences that are happening
Mhm.
throughout the workday, maybe on other days. And then as a specials teacher myself, I taught elementary art. People were not making conferences with me.
Mhm.
A lot of that was happening at other events that we had. So literally I
Right.
would go there and
Mhm.
try to beg people to come to my room.
Right.
Because the
Mhm.
parents were there to see their classroom teachers. So
Yeah.
that's what we're trying to do with this language.
3.3.1, we are not in agreement with this part. This, the 5 hours, the way it is done right now with conference night, right? It can't exceed the 5 hours per semester. That is for conference night or afternoon, where I know some elementaries do it more in the afternoon. Those 5 hours, that sometimes are done in one night or sometimes split into two, like
Mhm.
depends how the school does it. Teachers are being paid 8 hours for that 5 hours, which
Mhm.
is, no problems there, right? That's conference day, you get 8 hours. But that is not meant to encompass all parent contact. Now, we know parent
Mhm.
contact has changed since I was in the classroom. We have emails, Canvas, less maybe meeting face to face sometimes, but if a parent requests to meet with you,
Yeah.
that's part of your responsibility as a teacher.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't
With
think
that, I think that, sorry.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
what
We're not-
happens here if that exceeds 5 hours?
I don't think it's.
Is that not what I'm reading?
Time spent shall not exceed 5 hours each semester.
Okay.
We're not changing that. The issue here is just as I explained, that being at that conference day or night,
Mhm.
like I just used my example, there were no parent conferences. I'm having those at other time, and we're already allowing in 3.3.2
Mhm.
that if you can't be there, we know these conferences are happening other times. So it's not to say that there's no more conference night or it shall not exceed 5 hours. It's just that when those parent conferences are requested and scheduled, you're there and you're doing it. But if not, we understand it's happening other times. In the case of the elementary art teacher, that wasn't.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, I was just.
Right. I see what.
So we're not trying to change or take away
Right.
conference night. It is still, those conferences shall be scheduled upon the request of a parent.
Mhm.
I think that should already be and is already happening. Time spent shall not exceed 5 hours each semester. A maximum of 4 scheduled conferences day nights per school year may be
Mhm.
scheduled to for teachers to utilize for parent requested conferences. So it may, like you just said, it may not be 4, it may be 1 each
Right.
semester. So we're just trying to
I think we're talking
clarify
about two
here.
different things.
Maybe.
Because conference night, they're not, and maybe at elementary, no, because I'm even as an elementary parent, like, this is the time I'm here. Sometimes they
Mhm.
scheduled them, some elementary teachers did, but secondary, this is the time you're available, and it was really like drop in, right? Like they're
Mhm.
coming during that time, so you
Yeah.
can't not be there because the parents have to be able to come and, meet with you. In addition, I think if we say that it's a max of 5 hours, these are two different things, because are you saying that, all right, I did my 5 hours, so the parent that requests next week doesn't get to meet with me? I already hit my 5 hour max. So I think we're trying to blend two things that maybe really can't be blended. Because conference night or conference day, as it used to be back in the day, is an opportunity for parents to come and meet with all their teachers on one given day. And that's more secondary. I get that. Elementary does look a little different because I feel like elementary as a whole tends to schedule a little bit more. And I don't want to speak for all my elementary counterparts, but I'm just talking about as a parent, like I knew that I was at 4:20 and somebody else was at 4:50 and, so I don't think these are the same things.
Okay.
Because if we want to say parent conferences can't exceed 5 hours, well,
Got it.
what about
Okay.
the next parent that's
So
after?
then maybe we need just to be, we can probably work on this then, that
Mhm.
I think we all, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Even at the secondary level, or at the high school level,
Mhm.
when it's conference day, I mean, if they don't drop in, I mean, I still think that those would be scheduled and they would be that should be happening.
What normally
No?
happens, because most of them do it at night, right? So it's
Yeah.
conference night. So you schedule, your school has it from 4:30 to 6:30, let's say,
Mhm.
or 4:30 to 7, or whatever it might be, and parents just drop in during that time frame. Now, when 3.3.2, when you can pick an alternate time,
Mhm.
I'll just speak from as a middle school and high school principal, it was Rob is getting his master's and has master's class that night, so he can't do it on that set night. So he would come to me and say, hey, I can't do it that night, but I'm going to send out to all my parents that I'll be available on Thursday instead of Wednesday. So that's usually what was happening. It was
Okay.
usually because you had a conflict and couldn't come on that night. It wasn't because you just felt like not coming that night, because ultimately it is supposed to be so that parents can hit as many of their teachers at one time as they can.
Okay.
And it has changed. I will say,
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't be saying it, but I'm gonna say it. It's really an outdated process in a lot of ways, because conference day, night, whatever it is, our society doesn't work that way anymore,
Right.
right? It's constant communication.
Yeah.
So I understand that it
Okay.
is, but I will say there are certain parents that come and they hit every single parent. They hit every single teacher that night.
Yeah, and I think that you're hitting on exactly what we're trying to start to solve,
Yes.
which is we're changing the way that we operate.
Correct.
Other school districts, many school districts have gotten away from conference night because it's counterproductive in a lot of ways. I mean, we're defining hours that are not really well spent. Most of the secondary teachers here, and I agree, I did middle school, secondary, you get maybe this many parents in a given night, and that means it was a good night. You had 5,
Yeah.
right? And what?
And they all have A's. They all have A's because
Yes,
their parents
right. And so, and
I'm not.
no, I'm just saying, like, understand where we're trying to go with this, and it feels like the district's not ready to look at that through that creative lens yet.
Yeah.
We want to kind of stick with what we've always done, but I want you to hear that we're feeling like we need to really adjust this.
Okay.
This practice.
I
And this
hear
isn't a
it under
perfect
that
time for
lens.
that,
I hear
right?
it under that lens. When I first read this, it was like, I'm only doing 5-hour
Yeah, but
conferences.
Right.
we're
And
not those
yeah,
teachers.
and that
right?
I know that.
And that was
but-
not the intent, and so that's why I was thinking in this discussion that it should be defined that the time scheduled maybe is the better word to use. That it's not that we're trying to just do away with conference day or night, we're just trying to, like Rob said, account for that. It's happening other times.
Yeah.
You can still have that, in that case, it shall not exceed
Yeah.
those times, so there's probably
I get
some
where
work
we're
we can
trying to
do.
go. I don't know that we're gonna be able to land there in the short term, because
Understood.
elementary does look a lot different. And I think, and I'll speak, those are important to elementary teachers, and I would say elementary parents. I think that that's a little bit different.
Depends on the school.
It might depend on the school, but I do think that we have to find something that works for all levels, or maybe we need to write it differently, but okay,
I hear you, and that was our attempt to start that conversation.
okay, fair enough, all right.
Yeah, and then the same with 3.3.2 is just to be very clear that if you are scheduling that time on that, like
Yeah.
you can't be there, that it's in lieu of the time.
Yeah, and we can TA that,
Okay.
I mean, that is exactly what we're doing, that is the intent, you schedule your conference night on this night because you had grad class or whatever.
3.3.
3.3.2,
Three
yeah,
point 3.2 is a yes, 3.3.1 is a, not the way it's written, maybe we can figure something out.
yeah,
3.2.5 is a board no, 3.2.4 is a board no, but 3.2.2 we can TA.
correct.
On which one? Hang on, let me get my copy back.
Sorry.
Okay.
3.2.5,
On the which part?
Just, so 3.2.5 is a no, so
Yeah.
those who are scheduling and planning and meeting for EPs are not allowed. Because it does require more than one person to do an EP.
I think your
I
explanation
mean,
of that.
she said volume, but I thought the volume would be the 3.2.4,
Yeah.
because 3.2.5 is just getting the EP done.
So do you want to explain a little bit? I guess we need to talk 3.2.5 a little bit more.
unit members whose duties would be impacted by an IEP or EP shall be provided with opportunity to serve on the team responsible for developing, reviewing, and revising such program.
We just need.
Give me an
because
example.
like I, as ESC specialist, I've done an EP by myself and then gone to a math teacher, say I need you to sign. And they had no input, or I say, send me a goal. But it would have been a lot easier to have a science teacher, math teacher, whoever had to write that EP goal, to be right there with me, just like an IEP, they are done quicker. But I think that they should also have protected time to get those EPs done, just like IEPs. And it's a lot quicker, because it is less volume.
So maybe we can look at 3.2.5.
Yeah, I'll look at it.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
It's like half TA'd, half in the hold. All right. So 3.4.1, I know that there was language that was proposed on district then, and I think, pull out your copy here. I believe this is our same proposal from last time, because I was not sure how to combine the two.
Mhm.
So let's see here, 3.4.1. So yeah, so I kind of have it at a place where I have the district's proposal is to leave all the language the same, except for in those last few sentences of 3.4.1. To strike student and have teacher workday, and then strike duties which cannot be accomplished in 15 minutes or less, such as breakfast in the classroom requires a 2/3 approval vote of the faculty by secret ballot. And then defining elementary and secondary teachers may be assigned up to 15 minutes of duty per day for the year. Our language is that we're keeping for up to 15 minutes per day, 3.4.1. And that the ESE teachers, not just elementary and self-contained classroom, shall be assigned duties for the types referenced in this section for students other than those in their own classroom. Speech language pathologists, psychologists, social workers, school counselors, classroom teachers with more than 3 teacher preps, and other ESE staff who handle high volume of paperwork reporting, including but not limited to EPs, IEPs, billing or Medicaid, insurance, etc., shall not be assigned duties of the type reference in this section. Classroom teachers shall not be required to perform duties on days when their instruction for the day entails setup of equipment in their classroom in areas accessible to students before the student day and are breaking down such equipment after the student day. The supervision of students allowed to remain on campus prior to the start of the teacher workday and after the end of the teacher workday shall be the responsibility of the administration. However, any duties assigned before or after the student day shall not diminish protected planning time as outlined in 2.7, which I know we've got to work on that.
Mhm. Yep.
Duties which cannot be accomplished in 15 minutes or less, such as breakfast in the classroom, require 2/3 approval vote of the faculty by secret ballot election. And then we're striking secondary teachers may be assigned up to 15 minutes of duty per day for one semester or 9-week period, because we're just already including that
Mhm.
in the top there.
All right, so if you can hold there, we'll
Yeah.
have a counter.
Okay.
I think this is moving further away from what we were trying to do.
Yeah.
And ultimately, just, I think this does go with, like you said, 2.7.
Yeah.
I think this needs to be looked at as a whole.
Mhm.
The issue is, and I think the language has morphed over the years into two separate things, and they really need to be blended. Teachers have to have a certain amount of protected, uninterrupted planning time, okay? Leaders at schools, as well as teachers at schools, need to provide safety and supervision. It can't be it can't be only administration. You can't run a school that way.
Understood.
So there has to be a blend somewhere. I think this is morphed into something that it wasn't intended. I think the goal was to protect a certain amount of planning time, and now it's morphed into, I can only do 15 minutes of anything that can deal with safety and supervision, and I don't think that was the intent.
Yeah.
So I think this is gonna be a big topic today, I think.
Yeah.
And if we can work towards making it more workable for our schools. 109 elementary schools did a waiver for this language.
How many elementary schools are there?
How many like elementary are there? 140?
Near 150, 145.
Yeah. So that means that our employees, including our teachers, also understand that this doesn't create safe supervision for students. So we have to figure something.
Yeah.
I don't know what that something is,
Right,
but
and if you notice, the 2.7 article on planning time
yeah,
is not there, because I think, you
Yeah.
know, we've been trying to kind of look at that, and we figured,
yes, understood,
Yeah.
understood.
are we missing a page?
I don't see pages 10 and 11. I was going back to look at 2.7.
It's not in there yet.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think, 'cause
It's not
Yeah.
in this
TA.
document, it's not
No,
in
we haven't
TA, it's just, it's related to this, and, yeah, we had our proposal from last time, but we didn't really have a counter on this at this point, so.
we have a counter, so
Yeah,
we'll,
okay.
yeah, now that I've
Sorry.
seen what this is, we'll
Yeah.
bring that back for after caucus.
Okay, 3.4.4, this is, trying to protect the content areas. This is the change to his, her, to their, and I'll just read through this. Every effort will be made to secure a substitute teacher for one who is absent. When a substitute teacher is not available for an absent teacher, resource teachers may be assigned to cover for the absent teacher. Other non-classroom instructional personnel may be assigned to cover for the absent teacher, or a content appropriate teacher may be assigned to absorb students into their classroom to cover for the absent teacher. A rotation schedule of all teachers on the faculty will be developed and distributed to implement this plan. Except in an emergency, no resource or non-classroom personnel shall be assigned to substitute more than once a week. Resource and non-classroom personnel assigned to substitute shall, at their choice, earn comp time or additional pay at their hourly rate for all hours covering each day assigned. And then I think 3.4.5, 3.4.6 follow this suit of trying to find flexibility on comp time. I'll just keep reading through it since it's all related. Elementary and secondary teachers who absorb students from an absent teacher's class will, at their choice, be granted comp time or additional pay at their hourly rate for all hours covering. Co-teachers will, at their choice, be granted comp time or additional pay at their hourly rate for all hours covering when their partner is absent. Elementary teachers who absorb students from an absent teacher class will, at their choice, receive comp time or additional pay at their hourly rate for all hours spent absorbing said students. And then it goes on to the next page. Secondary teachers who, maybe not. Something happens here. Doesn't make sense. Secondary teachers who comp time or additional pay at their hourly rate for all hours spent. Let me check my version.
Second.
It just, yeah. it
Oh,
just-
I see it over. Okay,
It's
that's
just
why,
that
like,
sentence went twice, that's all.
okay, so secondary teachers who absorb students are granted at their choice 1 hour of comp time or additional pay at their hourly rate for each period they absorb students. And then we're striking that sentence there about secondary teachers who absorb students for more than one period will receive comp time for time up to 3 hours. And keeping comp time shall be taken as described in 3.5.1, with the exception that they may be used on faculty meeting day if no pre-notified faculty meeting is scheduled. 3.4.6, in an event that is necessary to assign a substitute duties to an instructional employee during their planning period, the employee may choose to be compensated either by comp time or their hourly rate. The administrator shall first seek volunteers to perform substitute duties during the planning time. When necessary, involuntary assignments shall be made on a rotating basis to include all instructional personnel and should be posted and distributed to all impacted employees. And the rest of the
Mhm.
language remains the same.
Yeah.
So you can see our theme here. Trying to make it, we're not trying to restrict that assignment, but trying to give that choice of comp time or hourly rate.
Is 3.4.7 new?
3.4.7 is a new one. In the case of
Okay.
vacancies that must be continually covered by existing staff, any staff providing coverage shall be entitled to extra pay at their current hourly rate.
All right, so.
And then 3.5.1, I put a note here because HCTA and HCPS were on total opposite ends.
Mhm.
HCTA wanted to strike both sentences and HCPS wanted to limit comp time. So I just left it. Because
Okay.
It was like,
Where do we
however,
go?
such comp time shall not be encroached upon instructional time. When the request for utilization interferes or conflicts with a planned activity, the administrator shall have the right of approval. I mean, we were literally
Got it.
on total opposite
Yeah.
ends there.
All right. So let's hold on that.
Okay. All right, back to comp time, 3.5.3.
Mhm.
Accumulated comp time up to a maximum of 40 hours shall carry over from year to year. Comp time in excess of 40 hours will be paid out at the employee's hourly rate at the end of the school year. And then comp time shall transfer with the individual to any position covered under the teacher contract at any work site. Prior to departing at the end of the school year, the principal will provide each teacher with an accounting of their accumulated comp time.
Okay.
So we know teachers like, there's a lot of ways to use comp time and they can use it throughout the year, but I think I hear often, I have hundreds of hours of comp time that I'll never be able to use.
Mhm.
And so this is similar to discussion with the ESP.
It
It's
is.
a little bit different because these are not hourly employees, but
Correct. Yeah.
it's.
We get it.
Yeah,
We
and
just,
the biggest thing we hear is the workload issue, right?
Yeah.
I mean, pay is probably the top issue for
Yeah.
teachers across the state, but workload as well. So it's like,
Correct.
how do we account for that? How do we account for this increasing workload? So we're trying to, this whole theme in this comp time section is with
yeah,
that.
which we understand.
Yeah.
But obviously the financial impact of this could be great. And we're not in a position to make decisions right now. They're going to have a great financial impact. The challenge with 3.5.3, even more so than some of the others, is there would have to be, and like we discussed with ESP, we're going to do a study, figure out how much comp time's on the books out there, and that looks different because they're fall under the Fair Labor Standards Act. We would have to have a approval process for principals to give out comp time. And right now, and I'll speak as a former principal, they give it out for a lot of different reasons.
Right?
So we would have to then say, no, you cannot give it for that. Like,
Mhm.
we would have to have more jurisdiction because the liability, if it was financial, would fall on the district. So,
Yeah,
know?
and that's something I do think we have to really get a handle on because if I'm a teacher at a school, then I'm just getting it for Christmas or
yeah, that
whatever.
shouldn't happen,
But then I'm a teacher over at another school where I'm literally am racking comp time because I am putting in
Correct.
hours and hours of
Mhm.
time and being asked and always agreeing because that's what our employees do. That's inequitable, but
So we would have to find,
okay.
yeah, but right now, I mean, we're not in a position financially we don't even know what's out there. And that is going to be part of a study that we're doing not only for ESPs, but we're gonna be requesting that from school sites as far as what comp time is on the books, what's not on the books, all those good things.
Okay, and so is
Okay.
this just for 3.5.3? Is there
Yeah, the-
any wiggle room on at least opening up the choice of where, okay, this is a comp time situation, I need you, we understand 3.5.3 is kind of a big change.
Yeah.
But this other subtle change to like, let's at least start
We're gonna
addressing it
hold
that
on
way.
that, so that's not a no, that's a hold.
Okay,
But 3.5.3, we cannot do that at this time.
other ones.
We're gonna talk about it
Okay,
during
got
caucus
it.
and see.
All
what
right,
options we have.
so we'll keep working through page 20,
Mhm,
3.6, 3.6.2.
mhm.
Faculty attendance at each school's annual open house is voluntary. However, the parties recognize the importance of this activity to the school community. Therefore, teachers who attend open house will be granted comp time for all hours spent at the event. I know my experience was, sometimes this annual open house was more than 2 hours. But it was
Mhm.
like, okay, sorry, you're here for 3.5. Nope, I can only give you 2.
Right,
So why are we limiting it?
okay,
And that's not to say that, hey, if it's done in an hour and a half, that's what you get.
right, yep, understood. All right, hold on that, we have a counter for you.
Okay. 3.6.3, participation on school-based committees shall be voluntary. Committee meetings should occur on regularly assigned meeting dates. Period. We're trying to just, get back into this issue of when we're encroaching on time,
Mhm.
we've gotta get a handle on that.
Doesn't when possible kind of mean?
No, but when possible, then makes it, well, it's not possible, so sorry, it's not
Okay.
gonna be on the regularly assigned meeting date.
Okay.
Yeah, we want it to be on those regularly assigned meeting dates, period. Okay, faculty meetings and professional development, 3.7.1.
Mhm.
Faculty meetings and in-service education programs shall only be held on Tuesdays and shall be no longer than a total of 25 minutes per week, period. We are trying to deal with this aspect of, if we're gonna deal with duties, then maybe this needs to just be part of that workday. Except for accreditation, school accreditation. Our proposal is to strike no more than one faculty meeting per week shall occur on time beyond the normal workday. Because clearly we're trying to say that it should be one. Meetings called in accordance with this portion of the contract shall not include solicitations for money. Attendance at meetings called to include a solicitation for funds shall be voluntary.
Okay.
3.7.2, Tuesday shall only be used for necessary school-related meetings, including but not limited to principal-called faculty, building committee, PLC meetings, SAC steering committees, report card reviews, PSLT meetings, and grade level meetings. These meetings shall only occur on Tuesdays. And then striking this day may be extended. This language is not intended to prohibit teachers from collaborating with colleagues on an informal basis.
Okay.
And then the last 3.7.4, changing he, she, is to they are.
We can agree to that.
So I think you can probably see there, our theme is to try to just continue to protect that time. I mean, if we know we've got to go somewhere on duties and loosen that up,
Well, and.
so that's where we're
We're
going.
gonna discuss it with
Yep.
our team, and
Yep.
we have.
Okay.
I think the challenge is there's a different school of thought for that too. As far as, I had a time when I was a principal and I had someone who worked as the PLC facilitator, and they kind of preached that PLC should be able to determine when the best time for themselves to meet is. So, I think that that's the challenge, that if that whole group would rather meet on Wednesday morning, then why are we gonna say they can't do that? So I think that's the challenge here. Are we taking some of that flexibility away from teachers?
Yeah, I think we got to find that balance, because then the other end of that is, nope, you've got to use your planning time, and planning time truly is, the industry standard is that is up to the teacher choice. So, I know in my experience at my school, sometimes those faculty meetings in the month was, hey, this is the day that
Yeah.
you guys can schedule it, was known,
Mhm.
and it was available. And I know that faculty meetings look different from elementary, middle to high school.
I do.
And so that's another aspect that, you know, we hear from employees and members that, well, why can't we just use that time?
Right.
So
Okay,
that's
yeah.
where we're going.
And I think, and let me speak on that, if you don't mind. I think we're fungible on the idea of giving you guys the ability to dictate what happens for those meetings, right? And I think that we'd even be movable on when, like PLCs, and I know that I was probably the one that told you that PLC should be done. Flexibility. But, because I believe in that. But at the same time, we can't have, you're asking for, more, like, in essence, you're asking for more duty time,
Right.
but you're not giving us any more time either.
I understand.
So we're looking for some of that as
Yeah.
well. So we gotta
Okay.
get to a true negotiation, but I
Got it.
understand that I hear what you're saying.
Yes.
And there is a little bit of movement, but you gotta come with us.
Okay.
All right?
All right, on to page 21, the board proposed in 3.7.9, changing general director to executive director. We're good with that. And then again, keeping with our PLC theme, attendance by a faculty member at any PLC meeting with other faculty outside of their subject area shall be strictly voluntary. Again, this is to address really our electives and specials. I know when I first started, I'd get lumped into like the math science, and it really did not apply to what I was doing.
Mhm.
And what ended up happening was we were given the freedom as specials, as in the theme of that, to come up with something else. So
Right.
so it was not required for that outside of my subject area.
Did you do cross content?
So at my school, the way we did it was as specials teachers we met and we came
Mhm.
up with our own. We would look at student behavior across the campus.
Okay.
Because maybe what the PE teacher was doing was different than what the music teacher was doing, and then we
Right.
could compare notes, and that was actually helped the whole school, because if there was something that was working really well, one specials area, maybe we can incorporate that. But then I was not meeting with, you know, one singular grade level or one specific subject, so.
Okay, understood.
All right, page 22, 3.14.2, secondary teachers will communicate via the designated electronic district approved grading program. I know the board proposed striking EDSB, and we're fine with that.
Yep.
We just wanted to say teachers.
Yeah, agreed.
And then keeping with that, on page 23, this kind of goes back into approved electronic programs, currently EDSI. We're fine with striking that in both that sentence and the next
Mhm.
one. And our strike of 3.14.3, it's duplicate
written twice.
language,
Yeah,
so
agreed.
it's just,
Yeah, I don't know.
okay.
We obviously just didn't catch that last time.
Yeah, it was just a cleanup, so there's no substantive changes, just some clarity. Okay, down here, this is a new 3.15.2. This has to do with secondary electives. Classroom teachers will be given at least 5 school day notice of a mid-year schedule change that places a student into their classroom. When such student lacks the prerequisites for the class, the teacher may cancel the transfer with written notification to their immediate supervisor and to the student school counselor. This came out of, there was a lot of discussion around this, like, how do we determine this? I believe, and I think one of our team members may be able to help me with this, but if I'm working an electives class that deals with heavy machinery or,
Mhm.
you know, dangerous tools, and I look at this student and see they've, you know, whether it's behavior or, you know, we've got into the weeds on, do we need to have a test or any of that? It's just,
Mhm.
that can be on a case by case basis, but to say that, no, gotta have this kid when this teacher who should be able to control a classroom with some really intense equipment has that ability to deal with that with the
And I
administrator.
do remember that someone had brought that up previously. We feel this language is too broad because it
Okay.
doesn't, that's such a specific situation.
Okay,
I mean, first off, you can't always, 5 days notice, there's a lot of reasons that schedule changes happen. I mean, you know, There's many different reasons.
Okay.
And yes, I mean, the teacher should be aware of it, but if a kid shows up at your door with a schedule change, you can't turn them away. Like, have them sit down, and then you need to go have that conversation with administration and say, this child does not meet, there's concerns here. But I just don't know how how you can't refuse a kid that shows up at your door.
Okay,
you
so
know?
the intent of the language is not refuse a kid that shows up at your door.
Okay.
But the intent of the language is to say, well, okay, this kid may show up, but I gotta work this out, that this is not a student that's gonna be staying in this class. So canceling the transfer is different, I think, than, nope, you can't even come in to the
Okay.
classroom that day. So I agree that maybe there's some wiggle room there.
Okay.
But I think if you understand the intent,
Mhm.
maybe there's some way we can clarify this language.
Okay.
The notice, I mean, I think that I don't know, maybe it's changed over time, but I know in other units, if there's a schedule change, there's notice, right?
Mhm.
So maybe there's some place we can land there where it's, that
Yeah.
effort will be made to give that teacher
Mhm.
that heads up. But
Understood. I think, oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
I think the schedule change that's referred into in some of this other language is about
Mhm.
like a change in the school schedule, like,
Yeah.
hey, we're on a pep rally schedule, or we're on a this schedule. But if we're speaking specifically to a student schedule, I think that's where we have to figure out where this could
Okay.
land, but still work within the ever-changing dynamic of what's at a school each day,
yeah.
you know?
You
I was
have
just
some
gonna
clarity?
add that in my experience over the years, I've seen this not necessarily like in a dangerous equipment situation, but that's a valid point.
Mhm.
It's a lot as well with, our elective teachers getting kind of like, oh, this is a situation, I'm just gonna pop them over here real quick. And then my business teachers being like, wait, this kid hasn't been in for 10 weeks of an 18-week class and they have to
Mhm.
pass my exam.
Yeah.
That counts for my exam. And they are not prepared, and it's kind of like they get dumped on in that
Mhm.
regard. So I think that it comes from that perspective as well. So I just wanted to throw that.
No, that's a good
And that's
point.
not
Yeah,
fair to
no.
the teacher.
I'm glad
No,
you
it's
reminded
not.
me of that, because that was the other aspect of this. So we were trying to, and maybe we do need to delineate between the two
Yeah.
situations, because we've got both of these kind of perspectives on this team. But yeah, I mean, I know high school elective teachers who are like, wait a second, like, you're putting them in here and they haven't even done
Understood.
all the things, but it just seems like an easy, like.
And I'm married to a high school elective teacher, so I
So you
understand
know.
that.
Okay,
Now reassure people that if someone is not in their class by date certain, the van would not count for them. But yes, I get that sometimes electives understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll look at what we can do there.
okay. All right, page 24. This is gonna be real easy.
We like these.
3.17.2 is his, her to their, with the board's proposal with 3.17.5 to change general director to executive director.
That's good. Mhm.
All right, page 25, teacher aides, 3.20.1, changing it his, her to their.
Mhm.
3.20.3. Some more definition here. When a pre-K, VPK, peeps, or kindergarten respectively, aide is absent, the administrator shall institute an emergency plan to assist the pre-K, VPK, peeps, or kindergarten respectively teacher in carrying out the curriculum, providing for the safety of students, and providing the teacher with planning and lunchtime as specified in 2.7. And then 3.20.5 is a new addition. An additional aid will be provided in any ESE self-contained classroom, pre-K, VPK, peeps, or kindergarten classroom, which has both 30% or higher ESE students and at least 3 SE students, or in any classroom in which VPK and peeps are combined. On that one, we're willing to kind of work on that, but hopefully you can see where we're going. You know, when a teacher is totally alone, how do we help support that teacher? And looking at that, I know there's some folks on this team who have done research and looking at, this kind of breakdown of, in a self-contained classroom, do I have an aide when there's certain numbers or percentages? And, we're willing to kind of look at that. That's where we're going with that.
All right, we'll hold there. And obviously the challenge is, our formulas change,
Right.
And we do have an allocation guideline and that that is management's rights to create that allocation book. And I have a concern about putting something in here that would be permanent, when things could change. Like why is 30% more important than 40% versus 25? Yeah, so I understand where you're going with it, and so we'll discuss it and see what other options we might have in there.
And just to respond to management rights, whether it may be a management right to make that decision to run the district or do whatever, whenever that decision creates an impact on employees, which affects their working conditions, and we do have that ability to negotiate that. So there's never any intent to say that there isn't a management right or just say you can't do it. But when those formula allocations that are made and it creates that impact, that's where we're coming from. So
Well, and I think the other challenge is obviously that is a shortage area. And if you're going to put additional aides in places where, in one spot, then that means that those same employees are not in another spot.
Yeah.
So I understand. I just have a concern with adjusting that formula at this time to increase the number of employees in an area where we already have a shortage. So, but yeah, we
But
can
it
look
is-
at it.
it is the most critical area, and especially in keeping with the theme, and what we've been talking about, especially in 3.20.3.
Yeah.
This is about student safety and also employee safety, because I mean, really at the end of the day, if all of that safety aspect is not, if that's, you're on your last string or your last fiber to be able to do that, what's actually happening with instruction. So,
Okay.
Athletic pep rallies, I think we were good on this one. Athletic pep rallies in secondary schools shall normally, I think we were putting in normally, because I think, the proposal here, what you all had proposed, I'll have to look at was just to add the special events or pep rallies that must be held at different times through the day due to the size of the student population. But we still wanted to kind of have that, like, that's normally when it happens, but we understand we heard a lot of impact on that, right? The morning show, and then it's hot and all that stuff. So we were good on that. But we'll hold on the other.
So we're good on the pep rally?
Yeah. I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No teachers.
Yeah, we did that one too. Well, do you want us to do there
Oh,
while we're here?
Yeah, I might note covering it.
Thank you.
Well, TA 3.20.1 too. All right, page 26, 3.23.3. This is his, her to their is our proposal, and your proposal was to change area to regional superintendent. We're good there. We did have a proposal in 3.24.3 where teachers authorized for reimbursement by the finance department for in-county travel as part of their regular duty shall be paid mileage at the IRS rate. So,
All right, so we can TA 3.23.3
okay.
if you're in agreement, and right now, we don't have a counter financially for 3.24.3. Right now, we feel financially we need to keep our same practice.
What is the board approved rate?
Oh, don't test me on that. What is it?
42 cents.
I can't argue one way or the other. I don't know.
And the
I don't
IRS
know.
rate?
I can find out.
Oh, it's not the IRA.
Yep, no, it's definitely not. Like it's on the mileage form itself. Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, I know it went up at some point. Okay.
It's 42.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for the record.
Yeah, well, because you guys travel, so you guys know.
Yeah, and I think the IRS rate is over 61 or 65. 65. Yeah, we definitely need to look at that. Okay. All right.
TA
Oh, did I not?
3.23.3.
I did, but you didn't.
I didn't, but I will.
All right. Page 27. There's a lot going on here, a lot of new stuff. Hopefully we can find some places to agree here. 3.27, this is a new article or new item for Florida Classroom Supply Assistance Program parity. all student services personnel will receive the equivalent of the Florida Classroom Supply Assistance Program within a time frame comparable to teachers' receipt of said funding each year. So that was proposed by us to try to bring that parity. Exceeding class size limits, this has been a major issue in the district so far that we hear constantly about. So our proposal here is whenever the number of students in a teacher's classroom exceeds the limit set forth in Article 9, Section 1 of the Florida Constitution for at least 150 minutes in a day, the teacher shall receive supplemental pay for that day as follows. Grades K through 3, 5.56 above the normal daily rate of pay. Grades 4 through 8, 4.55 above the normal daily rate of pay. And grades 9 through 12, 4% above the normal rate of pay. And I know we proposed this before,
Mhm.
and maybe, again, we were open to some kind of counter there, but we really believe that this is important, that, again, with student safety and what actual instruction is going on, that this is important. Classroom sanctity. This is a new article that incorporates some of a later article about visiting classrooms. I think it's in Article 4. So this is new, 3.29.1. Except for an emergency, a teacher will not be disturbed in class, whether by visitors or communications of any kind, unless advance notice is given to the teacher. Parents wishing to observe during the instructional day must obtain permission from the teacher and the administration in advance and make arrangements for a specific time and date. The administration shall cooperate with teachers in screening visitors wishing to visit classrooms within their building. Administrative supervisory personnel may visit the classroom for professional purposes, provided such visits are not so frequent as to disturb the learning environment. District level board employees shall notify the teacher and administration in advance of an official observation or classroom visit. An administrator will not disparage the teacher in front of students. 3.29.2, except for an emergency, all whole school intercom announcements shall be made during homerooms or a special designated period and at such other times as will not interrupt classroom instruction. By way of example, an imminent threat to the health and safety of one or more students or other employees, such as an active shooter, is considered an emergency, whereas scheduled events such as school pictures and hearing tests and sporadic but common occurrences such as employee absences and early student signouts are not considered emergencies. And announcements that involve an individual shall be placed in teacher's mailbox or presented before the instructional period begins. If an announcement affects more than one person, the announcement should be given in writing to those concerned instead of verbally passing the information. I know we talked about this before, and there's a lot here that hopefully we can find. There's a lot to work with.
There is. Okay.
That we can mold it into, but again, just that classroom sanctity, protect it. All right, Article 4, this is just a heading edit. It's not changing. It was just all the other headings are in upper and lowercase. This one was all in uppercase. So. And then the board had proposed in 4.2.1 striking in triplicate. We're fine with that. And then in 4.2.3, changing area superintendent to regional superintendent.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. Easy. Get my notes. Okay, 4.3.2. There were some proposals here with changing pupil to student. We're fine with that, as we had him and her to them, and he, she is to they are. And then in 4.3.4, the board had proposed just putting requests, but we wanted to be clear on this. So our counter here is that we would keep a teacher may send a student to the office to maintain effective discipline in the classroom by notifying the office prior to sending the student. So we felt that by just saying, well, you can request it, that totally changes this language about a teacher may send that student to the office. We do understand though that it's important to communicate. So, I'm sending a student, let me notify. So we're trying to find that balance there of by just saying a teacher may request, well, that now takes away that you can actually send the student. So this was our counter there.
Okay. We'll hold on that.
4.3.10, placement review committee membership must include at least one teacher selected by the faculty, one teacher selected by the teacher who has removed the student, and one teacher selected by the principal. These 3 teachers shall be the only voting members of the committee. And I know we had proposed this before, but we wanted to make sure that it was actually
Yeah.
teachers that understood this,
Mhm.
so.
Well, and we discussed it and we think it's important. Obviously, they have less representation, but if the principal decides to select a school staff member, we think they need to be able to select someone that they think can see the other perspective as well. And it might be that it was the behaviors or the scheduling conflict or whatever it might be. So yeah, we propose that we leave it as is.
So can you give me an example though of like who those other school staff members would be besides teacher? Because there's a lot of staff at a school and there could
there
be
are.
staff that
Yeah,
really don't. So who
Sure.
would those be?
could be a counselor, it could
Okay.
be, an assistant principal, it could be I mean, any staff member. School psychologist. I mean, it could be a lot of different members. And a lot of times it is,
Is there anyone that it wouldn't be? I mean, when we say staff, I mean, we've got data processors, we've got clerks, we've got secretaries, custodians, student nutrition. I mean,
no, there's no one that it wouldn't be theoretically. I would gauge to guess that it would be either administrator or instructional, but I can't say that for certain. One school
Okay.
staff member is a school staff member. Mhm.
so you guys will look at 4.3.4
Yes,
but we're good on 4.3.2?
yes.
Okay.
Wouldn't read over that one.
Right. All right. Page 30, 4.3.12. This is just a change from his, her to there. And then we've got a lot of new language here. The district will provide custodial services at all facilities where instructional personnel are housed, which are sufficient to maintain an environment free of health or sanitary hazards, including regular cleaning of bathroom facilities, removal of trash and other waste, and prevention or quick remediation of fungal growth. We believe this is already happening, but I know this has come up in probably sites where it's not like a traditional school.
Yeah, I wrote that you would, it was a youth services DJJ.
Yeah.
Um,
And then, 4.3.14,
go.
instructional personnel supervising students at Department of Juvenile Justice facilities or home-based programs shall be given as much advance notice as possible, but no less than the day of the student's arrival of the student's criminal record prior to placement of that student in the instructor's class. We understand that, we'd like as much as possible, but we know sometimes that kid gets there and we would like that employee to be able to know. 4.3.15, instructional personnel at ESE centers and ESE and in self-contained ESE classrooms must receive all up-to-date relevant paperwork. Oh. What was that?
wasn't me.
That's like a sign, right? 4.3.15, receiving all the relevant paperwork regarding an ESE student before the student is placed in a classroom. 4.3.16, no classroom at an ESE center or self-contained ESE classroom in a school shall have less than 2 adults at any time. 4.3.17, no more than 20 students or a number of students equal to the number of booths or stations in the classroom where applicable, whichever is smaller, can be placed in a secondary CTE or post-secondary CTE or adult education classroom in which students are regularly expected to handle equipment or perform tasks substantively more dangerous than equipment or tasks than would be encountered in a typical classroom. And no student can be placed in such a class without both achieving a passing grade on the entry basic skill placement test and the instructor of record reviewing and approving the student's behavior record for the student's capacity to safely handle such equipment or perform such tasks. And the strike of 4.3.13 is because that's been incorporated into our classroom sanctity language. A lot to work with there, but I think we probably can get I know we've already proposed this, but hopefully there's some things that we can find a middle ground on there.
So we're gonna change it.
You want 4.3.4?
Yes.
Okay. Technology, page 31. I know there was some proposals to strike this, but we were trying to find a balance. The district shall provide CTA with access to the communication platform, which is currently HCPA Staff Hub Microsoft. And the CTA access to the platform, and then keeping all the rest, no changes there, you know, for what we normally would communicate. And then in 5.1.5, CTA shall not utilize its designated communication space for, you know, political endorsements or solicitations. So we're trying to just keep up with the times here. And then in 6.1.3, to reduce paperwork, data collection, and reporting, this has to do with forms. Teachers shall not be required to fill out forms, checklists, or data gathering and other documents that do not have an official school board number on them or have not been reviewed by the forms management committee within the last 5 years. Teachers will also not be required to report data that is reasonably collected via other means accessible to site or district administration. And I know this has been coming up a little bit now with grades and everything, and you know, behaviors that I think this issue of reviewing in the last 5 years is, as we talked about with conferences and the way we're kind of moving with technology, maybe
Yeah.
some of those outdated forms, I believe there's probably a desire to move some of those electronically, and it's happening, but it's
Slow.
getting a little in the weeds because, well, this is the form, but I've made it electronic, and it's like, yeah, but now it's created more work, even though on the back end it may be simpler. So
Got it. All right. So understood, like, I mean, and that is the practice, and it had been, I think, lost for a while, and Mr. Peacock's on the committee, so he probably even can speak to it better, but in theory, understood this, and
Okay.
we're okay with it, but my only concern is just because something hasn't been reviewed in 5 years, doesn't mean you don't use the form. So I'd
Okay.
like to look at maybe putting that at the back end instead, and just put all forms with a school board number should be reviewed by the forms management committee within 5 years of the last review date.
okay.
I mean, yes, it is supposed to happen, but we also don't want, nope, not filling it out. I mean, we need to do a better job of making
Yeah.
sure that it,
So say that
Yeah.
again. So we wouldn't put it there, but we would have a sentence. I'm just gonna handwrite it.
yeah, just after, to site or district administration, put a period,
Mhm.
and then all forms with a school board number should be reviewed by the forms management committee within 5 years of the last review date. I think that'll just give that push to make sure that they're being reviewed, but also won't create where
Yeah. Okay.
operations cease because it hasn't been done yet.
Okay.
Amy Zobar, yeah,
Okay. And let's just, all forms
I'm
of
sorry,
the school board number
should be reviewed
should be
by the forms management committee within 5 years of the last review date.
within 5 years of the last review date.
Mhm.
Okay. We're good with that. Right there. How about we'll talk about
Yeah.
technology.
Yeah. Can I ask, when, I know back like in first class, you know, you had the, whatever, the space.
Yep.
How do you communicate with members now? Is it direct email? Okay.
But I think what we're finding is that there's a lot of maybe there's communication that we want to send out or that comes to us, and it's maybe in Teams or some other SharePoint or Microsoft hub,
Right.
and then it's blocked and it's a whole mess.
Okay.
So we're trying to find that equivalent of, we had a conference where it was, you know, your CTA, so how do we have something like that within the current system?
Okay.
And I think it's just more about access, communication.
Okay.
And we are finding, you know, sometimes our emails are going to spam and they're getting lost. And I know that probably happens periodically as there's probably security updates. So that's become kind of an issue. So we want to try to find that way that we have access to the communication platform where it's easier. And this is not a knock on the team at all. Your team's great. Whenever there's an issue, we were able to work with them. You know, when one of our websites is blocked, we're trying to organize or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So hold.
Yeah.
35, we can TA this, right?
Yeah.
It's a his, her to their, he, she to they.
Yes.
Okay. So the next page will be easy. This was some cleanup on Article 9. It starts at the bottom, 9.1.1. All rights granted in this article. And that's the only change there. Same with 9.1.2. The district agrees to provide and review this article as well as any relevant contract. All the rest the same. So, and then when we get into 9.2.1, we were just looking at this. We didn't know what unit meant. So we were clarifying with the building representative shall be permitted to use the school building, no other changes there. And then 9.2.2, the building representative shall be allowed the one additional meeting during pre and post planning. And then this addition down here, the building representative shall clear the scheduling of such meetings with the building administrator. We keep that. And then when the notice is provided more than a week in advance of the meeting date, no other meetings will be scheduled at the time of the association meeting. We found that we're scheduling these meetings and then, oh, suddenly let's schedule something else. And then our folks are, oh, I got to go to this other meeting. So we want to be able to, if it's scheduled, like it's protected.
Right.
And then the school mail, just striking ideas.
Okay. We can TA everything except we need to hold on the when notice is provided more than 1 week.
Okay. I'll just hold on 9.2.
Okay.
But we can do the 9.1.
Sounds good.
How about the striking of ideas? That was your proposal.
Yeah, that's good. Good with that.
Okay. Education Practice Commission, the board shall notify the association when a case involving any certificated bargaining unit employee has been submitted to the Education Practices Commission for investigation and potential disciplinary action against the employee certificate. This comes out of a need to make sure we know what's going on, since we're still working on a way of, we don't get our membership data from payroll anymore. That's all managed internally. So if we're getting that information, then it's easier for us to just check, oh, that's one of ours or not. And I know when I worked with HSCF, that was, I remember when I was their administrative assistant, we'd get that notice. Hey, here's the notice, and we would determine member or not. On the 9.8.1, we know that the board had proposed limiting from 3 to 2 years. And I know we discussed that historically this had been used for employees released to be staff. It's not a regular practice, and it hasn't.
Which one are you on?
This is 9.8.1.
Oh,
kind of
got it.
highlighted
Sorry.
that.
Yep.
I was moving on, sorry.
No, you're good.
And
There was no blue, so I wasn't. picking it
Yeah,
up.
I was
Sorry.
just putting a note there that there was a proposal of striking that. We would just like to keep it since it's not a regular thing.
3 to 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the payroll deduction, this is the language that was agreed to in the ESP contract, rather than striking, it would say until July 1, 2023, the board agrees to deduct from teacher salaries all the payroll language. And then as of July 1, 2023, the board will adhere to Florida statute 447303. If the law is repealed or amended, the parties will return to negotiate.
Yep.
So,
We can TA that.
Can I ask a question?
yes,
Back up to 9.7.1.
yes.
What are we trying to solve for?
So we don't, so it used to be before we lost payroll deduction, our membership records would come through, right? And the district would know who those people are, right, to let us know. We don't have that anymore. So by any of these cases involving that, they're going to the Education Practice Commission, we'd like that to come to us so we can review them, whether they're members or not. And then I think there was a board proposal of striking some language in 9.9.2. Oh, okay. This had to do with the economic services program, and we heard that there were some issues with American Fidelity, and specifically where the money comes out and then it goes to us, and then it goes to another, and then it goes to another. We're currently working on that, and I know Tamika, we're trying to set up a meeting with you, your team. So we didn't
Okay.
want to change it right now
Okay.
because we're trying to fix that problem. We
Okay.
heard it. We're removing that party and trying to actually come up with a way that it is that direct. So we'd
Okay.
like to work on that.
Okay.
And just right now, keep it the same.
Okay. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So we hear you. We want to address
Payroll
it.
will be very happy.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's been a heavy lift for them,
So-
so.
Let's do it and then come back to this language
Okay.
later. So,
So you just want TA
we'll TA
9.9.1?
We'll hold on the other.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, 39. This is the release of officers, and I went
Mhm.
back and looked at this to bring parity with what we did for the ESP, but knowing that this is the instructional contract, the president, vice president, and our secretary treasurer of the association, who are also employees of the board, shall, upon request by the association at least once annually, be reassigned to perform duties for the association. These duties shall be considered by the board as being equal to classroom teacher duties. In the ESP, we struck all that other language.
Yep.
The individuals performing these duties shall be considered active board employees for all purposes except as may be specified in this contract. The employee shall be compensated at the employee's same rate of pay as if they were performing full-time instructional duties. The association shall reimburse the board for personnel costs incurred in the performance of duties under this section, and the association shall inform the board of the date of the officer's term of office.
We can TA that.
All right. Page 41, the board proposed teachers who have been notified in writing that dismissal proceedings are contemplated may not volunteer, but shall be transferred if their seniority requires it. I know the proposal here was or teachers on 4th-year probation, which is not a thing. So
Not a
we were
thing.
fine with that. And then down here, there was a proposal of no transfer will be delayed more than 4 weeks, and we were okay with that.
All right.
All right, 11.2.4. Teachers are eligible to transfer to any vacancy for which they are certified. There was a proposal here, however, certification areas in which vacancies are needed for the pool will be identified, and transfers in these areas may be made by teachers with the same assignment. My understanding on this was this is what's going on right now.
We've been doing this for several years.
Yeah, so we were good with this. So it would just read, teachers are eligible to transfer to any vacancy for which they are certified. After spring transfer period, transfers will not be allowed to fill a vacancy in an area where a pool still exists.
Yeah. It essentially eliminates the need for like to like transfer.
Yeah.
So.
Does this include transfer?
We have an MOU.
That's a different MOU. Yeah. Good question. though.
Yeah. All right. Page 44, these are all he, she, to they.
Yep.
There. And same with the next
Same,
one.
yeah.
All right. The next page is 11.5.5, they were. 11.6.1, his, her, to their. All right, voluntary transfers, voluntary energy transfers may occur anytime during the year except during a freeze and during the period prior to the spring pool placement. To be eligible for an energy transfer, an employee must have completed 1 year or the equivalent, half a school year plus 1 day
Mhm.
of continuous employment, continuous permanent employment at the school from which they are transferring. We were good with that.
Okay.
And then we had a little bit of a adjustment with 11.7.2. We had some
Mhm.
discussion on this. In order to qualify for an energy transfer, a teacher must travel a minimum of 20 miles or more per day round trip, or 100 miles per week round trip. The transfer must result in a reduction of at least 6 miles in total, the total number of miles traveled, or of at least 10 minutes of travel time by the teacher. We had discussion about this because sometimes a slight move
Mhm.
saves a lot of time too. So we felt like, can we find a balance there of miles or time?
Mhm.
Because we know how it is in Tampa. I mean, just
Right.
that slight movement.
How would we document, like, just kind of thinking through it? Like, obviously miles, we just do MapQuest,
Mhm.
this to this.
Yeah.
So
Well, I mean, there's a
what are we
lot
gonna
of,
do, Waze?
there's a lot
We're
of,
gonna do
well,
Waze? Yeah.
Google, wait, I mean, there's a lot of traffic.
There was an
reporting.
accident on that day, but okay, I'm just trying to process.
Well,
how-
also, I mean, you know traffic patterns, right? You listen to the news.
Yeah.
They do exist, that's the
Yeah.
time that it's just,
Okay.
it's bonkers on 275 or
Okay.
where 75.
Yeah,
So we're trying to find that balance of
understood.
sometimes shorter amount of miles equates
Right,
a lot. So
Yep.
anyway,
understood. Okay.
so we're good with everything else, just,
All right, let's hold on to that. I mean, I think it helps, make it where it's not going from East Bay to Eisenhower.
right. I think there's gotta be a balance of saving miles, but also
Yeah.
saving time.
Correct, correct. Yeah. You'd have to do Waze, like, I mean, I don't think it'd be that often.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
You wanna tier those three and that one.
Yes. and then
I
we'll-
mean, I know sometimes it's like, if just 5 minutes can make you 30 minutes early, or 5 minutes can make you
It
15 minutes
can,
late.
and I think it would help keep people true to what the intent is, at least closer. So, yeah, let me discuss it with the team and then.
All right, sick leaves donation. I'm not gonna read through all this, because I know we
Yeah.
proposed it prior,
Yeah,
there's
you
a lot
did.
to work with, so
Yeah.
I don't know if you have a counter or you wanna come back to it, but
Yeah,
it's the same language.
yeah,
TA it?
no.
Oh,
Mm-mm.
you got counter on it?
No.
Okay,
Um,
talk me through it.
so really, you're just proposing that we'd be able to donate to
Yeah.
any other employee. And right now, they can donate, obviously, to a family member.
Mhm.
Now, we used to do it this way,
Mhm.
and we went to this for a reason, but, and there's statutory language around it that says that we have to do it around family members, like there is part for that. So what are we seeing? Why?
I mean, I think, I can probably guess, I wasn't here part of the committees, but I think, the onset of COVID and colleagues that are truly in need. I mean, I know as a former employment, and this is just my own thought on it as a former teacher, that I had a lot of sick time, and I had a colleague in another, not district, but other work site that was going through, chemotherapy and cancer. And I thought, I got all this time, why can't I donate it to that person?
Mhm.
So I think it comes out of that, and I think COVID has changed a lot of perspectives of people on, hey, I've got a lot of time, why can't I do that? So that's where it came from. I don't know if there's other thoughts on that, Johnny?
I know we've talked about this recently,
Yeah.
as a person who's going through something right now, or been to school for like 10 years and never go through, the treatment.
Mhm.
And the school wants to give something to her and they cannot.
Okay,
So,
nope, I understand the rationale.
so is it a hard no, or is it a hold?
It's a hold.
Okay.
No, it's
That's
not a
better
hard
than
no.
what I
Not a
the
hard no.
first time. All right, page 53, these are your proposals on
Mhm.
general to executive, we're good on that. And are they there on the next page?
Mhm.
And I think even the next page is just all theys and theirs. I like those, yeah. That's okay.
Where are we at, Fred?
So we're just rolling right
56.
through. We just did 55. We're just gonna do 56 and 57. Let's do them all like this. All right. Once you sign that one. Page 58 was a board proposal to add the word calendar. We're okay with that?
You did 57, right?
Yes, 57.
Got it.
This is a teacher may be granted temporary personal leave, maximum of 30 calendar days.
Yeah.
Fine with that. Then I believe on 12.19.4,
Mhm.
retirement funds may not be withdrawn while on leave. Teachers desiring retirement credit for an eligible leave of absence must notify the retirement division through an application. This application can only be completed after the employee has returned to active employment following their board approved release. And my understanding again was this
This is what
what's
we're
going
doing.
on.
It is.
So we're striking the board has approved, which
Mhm.
is still there
Correct.
and should be processed prior to commencement of the leave. So this is, it's just clarifying. I mean, you're applying for it clearly, right?
Correct.
And then notifying that following the leave.
Correct.
And then there's a they and a there and a
Got it.
and a they, so. There you go. 12.22.1, this used to say, or currently says, a teacher may be granted personal leave without pay upon earning tenure, non-probationary status in Hillsborough County. It's not thing, earning tenure. So a permanent non-probationary teacher, which we still have that, shall be granted a personal leave for 1 school year or the remainder of the school year upon completion of 3 years. Completion of 3 complete years of employment, and that's what's
Yeah.
been going on. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, 12.24.1, we have some his, hers, to there. And there was a addition here, so, okay, a teacher granted extended leave of absence during the school term may not expect reassignment until the end of the leave. The teacher must notify the Division of Human Resources and their principal by April 1 of their intent to return. The Division of Human Resources will ensure this requirement is clear on the leave documents and will mail a reminder by USPS certified mail. Return receipt requested regarding this deadline of at least 2 weeks prior to April 1. If the teacher fails to notify the Division of Human Resources of their intent by April 1 deadline, they shall be terminated. That's already going on.
Correct.
This sentence here, if the teacher indicates on their intent to return that they are extending their leave, then they must submit all corresponding forms, paperwork for their leave by June 30th, or they shall be terminated. There's supposed to be a space there.
Yeah.
So it's the
Mhm.
same concept, it's just
It
applied
is.
to the extension.
What people were doing is saying they were going to extend their leave and then they weren't submitting anything. And then the school year started and they were MIA. And then all of a sudden schools were left with a vacancy. So,
Yeah. Yeah. But
but
to be clear, it's all, I mean, if they weren't
Yeah.
doing it before, right? Even
Correct.
if there was an extension, it's
Sure. No, they
Didn't
have the
fill out your
right to
paperwork.
extend, they just gotta fill it out, you know?
Right, okay. 12.24.2. There was a board proposal unless otherwise stated. So upon expiration of the leave, a teacher shall be returned to school and subject area, see section 11.4.6D, where they previously served unless otherwise stated in this agreement.
Right, because there's other leaves that you don't go back, like charter leave, you don't go back to your site. So it didn't make sense to say that they all go back because there's some that it's already
Yeah.
said in the agreement that you don't. I just wanted to clarify that.
We're good on all of this.
Yeah.
Okay. Funeral leave, this is directly from the ESP contract. I'm like, I don't think I need to read it again.
You
It's-
don't,
It's all the
no.
same. And then our proposal on floating holidays, a total of no more than 3 days leave with pay shall be granted to the employee in addition to the paid holidays already stipulated. These paid holidays are non-cumulative and if unused by any employee shall not carry over for the purposes of additional holiday beyond the current year. These additional paid holidays must be submitted no less than 10 work days prior. And then just updating the title of Article 13 from insurance and injury benefits to insurance, injury, and fringe benefits.
All right, so we're a hold on the funeral leave.
Okay,
We're a yes on the title change. And we're a no on the floating holidays.
why?
That's what personal days are for. So there are personal days, floating holidays. First off, the management of it would be super difficult.
Okay.
But that's why we have personal days.
So we'll hold on. I'll let you TA the title and then we'll hold on the funeral.
All right,
We're TAing the
Yeah.
title, but they're gonna come back on funeral. Hopefully. Oh, yeah. Well, that's
Get
why
something.
that's why they're gonna look at it. Fix it. Right, where I literally copied it from an ESP. All right, next page is where there, this is page 63, 13.2.2. Same with page 64. And 13.9.2. Yeah. Okay. 65, we know with the ESP contract, we were also looking at the host. We know that there's, we're gonna withdraw this. We know there's more time to kind of to look at this, and this
Mhm.
wasn't agreed to in the ESP contract. But I think there's some information we can get on that and look at that. The insurance committee, we had some more in this proposal, but what I did is I updated this proposal to mirror what we agreed to in the ESP contract, which is the board and association recognize the importance of maintaining and balancing quality health and other insurance for employees. Toward these ends, a joint insurance committee will be established for the purpose of putting forth recommendations that shall be subject to negotiations. And then the insurance committee will review and analyze the health insurance plan and any other insurance plans mutually agreeable to the parties. The board shall provide all committee members with a copy of the most recent reports available from the provider and or providers being evaluated within a reasonable period prior to each meeting.
perfect.
And
Yep, that's
then-
what I had that we had
Yeah.
in ESP.
And then the fingerprint monitoring, the board will pay the cost of fingerprint monitoring fees for employees.
Yes, we can TA those two.
Yeah.
You get out of future duties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're always like, why do we have this
I
on here?
know, it's like it's always been done, so. Retirement, this had to do with kind of this notification. This is the language I believe we agreed to for the ESPs.
Yep.
An instructional employee planning to retire should contact the HCPS retirement department to schedule an exit meeting 3 months prior to their retirement date. And we just want to make sure that failure to schedule 3 months prior will have no negative consequences on an employee's retirement or employment status.
That is correct.
And then the theys and theirs and the rest of 14.3.
Yep.
We're TAing all that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Paying the retirement stuff.
yes, that was what we did for the, ESP contract.
Yeah,
And the insurance and things.
Yep. No, that's it's all TA.
okay.
Um. I think the next page is all pretty self-explanatory. Due
It
to
is.
teach you today, there was a proposal to change professional standards to certification.
That is correct.
All right, personnel requirements. This comes, I forget which committee, but the contract signed by new employees shall specify the salary schedule, grade level if applicable, step hourly rate, and annual salary where appropriate, at which they will be hired, and the step hourly rate and annual salary where appropriate, to which they will be moved following verification of our experience. This comes from, I've gotten a lot of folks that come in and they're like, I don't know where I'm at, and then I know in other districts, like in Baker County, for example, employees were provided, actually at the beginning of every year, every employee got kind of where they're at, their reminder, but we're trying, we know that's a big task, so
It
it is
is.
for those new hires, so that they understand kind of what they're working with and where they're gonna be.
Well, and right now, we're not in agreement to put this in the language. We want to work through our process.
Okay.
And, right now, we've talked about that we will make sure that we are providing the salary schedule to, because we're gonna have a new salary schedule, obviously, hopefully, if it ratifies and all that goes. So, that's what, I'm gonna talk with that team. We just have to figure out how we can do that. When sometimes you just don't know people's experience, like right now, what they tell them is, this is what level 1 is. They can tell them because they can't confirm whether their experience credit's gonna come in or not. And they don't want to promise them, yes, you're 10 years, you're gonna get this, because we don't know until we actually receive it.
Right, so maybe there's something like a middle ground on that they, like you said, they get the salary schedule and grade level. I understand that it's hard to estimate where they would move, because maybe at that moment, you
Right.
don't know, but maybe, I don't know,
Okay,
maybe there's some wiggle room.
okay. We'll look at it.
All right, page 69, I don't know why I handed this one, but I think I was.
all right.
17.2.2, I think these were all, were proposals, changing professional standards to human resources and changing data processing clerk to principal secretary or payroll secretary.
That's correct.
We're fine with that. And then you also had proposed teachers shall be granted experience for all verifiable years of full-time teaching experience. So
Correct.
this would open it up from not just public school.
Correct.
And then in 17.3.3, we're good with those changes. I think those are updating. Or no,
Well, no,
sorry.
you guys put
We-
that through and I couldn't figure out why.
So I think we're trying to get at the same issue here, to open up experience credit. So in 17.3.3, this is just teachers employed shall be credited for previous experience in public or private schools and colleges. Not just this, you only get the 7 years.
Got
And
it.
then effective March 2024, teachers shall be granted experience credit for all years of experience not previously granted. So we're trying to crack the same nut. How do we
Yeah.
get that full-time teaching experience? But we know that, I think it was Pasco that they recently removed that cap,
Okay,
and now it's all experience.
all right.
So I think by saying in 17.3.1, we are agreeing to that they get all their verifiable experience.
Well, it's
and I
because we
think it's
weren't getting,
mirrored.
this is, okay, so 17.3.1, we're doing
Mhm.
all verifiable years of full-time teaching experience.
Right?
And that was always applied as in K-12 setting. And
Okay.
maybe it doesn't say that, but that's what the intent always has been.
Okay.
I think 17.3.3 was basically colleges as well,
Yep.
where in 17.3.1, public school experience was just teaching. So yeah, I think we somehow have to blend these two.
Okay.
So
So maybe we can TA
Yeah.
17.2.2 and then looking at
yep,
17.3.1 and 3.3.
yep. a way to,
Yeah,
Yeah.
because this also includes, we've got other proposals down here about social workers shall be granted experience credit for a full year of social work experience involving children.
Yeah.
And then we do have, I think this was your proposal. I can't remember, on 17.3.7.
I think that was you.
Okay, all Florida retirement system and out-of-state public school system retirees newly hired or rehired after retirement will be eligible for all verifiable public, private, and charter school years of effective teaching experience. Again, striking the up to 7 years. And a newly rehired teacher to HCPS who has taken a distribution through an investment plan offered through the FRS or any other state system is only considered a retiree for the purposes of this section if they have at least 20 years of experience as a public employee.
Okay, so
So-
yes, so we can, let's hold on that. We'll have a counter for that.
Okay.
And then we can TA 17.2.2.
Okay.
And you just want to hold on 17.3.1 until we,
Yeah.
because we might have to adjust that language.
Okay. All right, 70, we're proposing a new article that's entitled compensation. I think there's one in the ESP contract, I can't remember if it's salary, but they have a compensation article. And then which would be the new 18, salary for summer staffing, the extended year ESY and extended learning program ELP shall be paid at a fixed rate of $35 per hour or a higher amount based on grant funding mutually agreeable to the parties.
Okay.
So this is to try to keep up with.
Yeah, if we can hold that,
Okay.
we have a counter for that.
Okay. Everything else on this next page is the theys and theirs, and then in 17.6.4, salary and supplements shall be based on the negotiated schedules which are incorporated in this agreement by reference as Appendix C.
Yep.
And I have some of that in the back.
Right.
Okay. The next page, same thing with the supplements, a list of supplemented positions covered by this contract are included in Appendix C. Which basically I just took it from we'll look at that when we get there, but we had proposed adding some, and I know there were some other changes on the next page. We wanted to add to the group one, the ESE specialist or contact, IB coordinator and teacher talent developer, TTD. That some sites do actually have these. The group one supplements, the positions will be considered to be under a continuing contract, except for post-secondary department heads who retain their position, even if they relinquish their department head role. And then all the rest are they in there.
We are, sure I'm looking at the right one. Yep, we're gonna have to hold on that. I mean, and just so the ESE specialist or contact, I understand why it was asked, but if it's not an actual position, that's a concern.
Okay.
And then teacher talent developer, that's not designed as, it's not your primary assignment, for lack of a better way of saying it. So that is, your primary assignment is still, if you're English and TTD, then your primary assignment is English.
Okay.
So that if that TTD was not allocated the following year, you're still in the English pool at your own site. Like you're still included as an English teacher for unit loss and all those good things.
Okay.
So, I don't know that I think this is not something that we allocate to all schools. So I honestly don't think it's in teachers' best interest to have that as a group one, because then they would automatically go to the pool. And that's not how that role was designed. I was part of the pilot when it first started, and the whole idea was that it may not even be the same person year to year. It could, because, it could rotate from year to year, because it was just another part of your assignment. It wasn't your primary assignment. It was not your level one position.
And I got, that's the same with the ESE contact. What about IB coordinator?
IB coordinator,
I was just gonna say, there's
Tell me-
also lead teachers and other things that
Yeah.
serve in almost the exact same role that
Yeah.
I listed on here, so I think
Yeah.
that would be just a conversation
Yeah.
on the district side.
yeah. Because, and,
What about like your CRTs and your CC?
Yeah, they're not group ones.
Okay.
They're all grant funded. Yeah. So, okay. The group ones historically have been, these are all group ones and all sites, at least these group ones are mostly secondary, have these positions.
Okay.
You know,
And I feel like we may have TA'd it, or we're coming back to it. There is a supplemented position committee. So that might be where,
yeah, we talked about it.
yeah.
Yeah,
some of the
I think
work
that
can be
work
done.
needs to be dug in a little bit deeper.
Okay,
Um,
okay. All right.
and honestly, like coming from the district side,
Mhm.
principals would probably be all about having their TTD be the group one, right?
Sure, sure.
Because then they would,
Right.
hey, you're not doing what you need to do, I'm gonna,
Mhm.
but I don't know that I think that's in the best interest of the teachers that are in those roles. That's just,
Okay. All right, so no additions in 19.1.2.
mm-mm.
What about group B?
Group B, obviously the they and there we're good with. Get a little bit more information I need for the post-secondary department heads.
Okay. I'm
John.
gonna call on John.
John.
He was the pro. on
I
this
know.
one, So go for it.
You notice I looked right at him.
Yep.
Placing here.
Oh.
Teacher of the group one supplement or group one contract voluntarily decides to relinquish their supplemented position at the end of the school year, they shall inform, so on and so on. It should go right after that. But the reason
Oh.
is, except for the secondary department heads who retain their position, even if they relinquish their department head role, because our departments have multiple subject matter.
Mhm.
In other words, we don't have an English department or science department. When I was a department, I had 19 teachers and 10, 12 different programs, 12 different subjects. So
How many department heads are at your site?
5 right
Five,
now.
okay. All right.
So when I relinquished my department head, my teaching position really wasn't directly tied to it. Anybody in the department that met the qualifications could be the department.
You teach fewer sections in adult if you have the department head spot. Like you
You
teach
teach
fewer
exactly the
courses.
same.
It's exactly the same.
So you don't even
Because
have
we
a,
have-
I don't think
I
it's
have
even a
my
group
students for
one.
the entire day. Have no period, planning period or anything during student.
So we'll hold on that, but I think my question would be if it should be an annual contract, should the post-secondary department heads actually be a group two?
Right.
Where it's just annual? And then if someone relinquishes it, you know, it was binding for the year, but you relinquish it, you don't have to do it the next year.
That's what John's trying to solve for.
Yeah.
exactly that.
So
we
I
should
almost
look
think
at
if we
that.
moved, it wouldn't change the amount of the supplement. It would just be a group
It
two
would make what you're
supplement.
asking feasible without the language.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct. So, okay,
so
I think, you talk about it with your team during caucus and we'll talk about it, but I think that to solve for that, if you just want it to be binding for the year, it would be like team leader, where it's only binding for the year. And then at the end of the year,
We don't want it tied to our job position.
right, but if you don't want it tied to your job position, it's a group two.
Right.
You know, so it's like, it has to be one way or the other, but then you lose just putting it out there, you can't have, it has to be one or the other, right? So if it's a group one, then you have to be documented out of it, for lack of a better way of saying it. Whereas if it's a group two, it's annual and the principal could make a choice at the end of the year that, hey, I'm going to assign that to this person. So you
We'll
kind of
talk
have to
about it in
decide
caucus,
which
yeah.
way you'd rather go with it. There's benefits or,
I emailed you about that earlier.
I remember, and I did speak with your principal about that as well. Yeah, okay.
okay, so we'll hold
All right,
on
let's
all
hold-
that.
yeah.
Are we good with 19.1.1? The list of the.
Yeah, yep.
okay, positions.
Like
in
I already
the
wrote
appendix?
PA.
Okay. Okay. On the next page, on the group 2 supplements, which I'm guessing we're probably gonna need to hold because, because we know that we had talked about adding for the group 2 supplement shall include the secondary yearbook to make sure that includes the middle. And, but the board was also proposing striking majorette, and I don't know if, Eric found out any more about that. I'm putting you on the spot, but,
No, I didn't find anybody that was receiving that supplement, but
Okay.
I know that there was like the distinction between sponsor and coach, because the sponsor isn't necessarily the one like running meetings or putting together routines and things like that. It could just simply be a person who's helping keep the group together.
but the desire to remove it was because it's not even
It's not
called.
much.
It's not even
But-
allocated.
But I know that you need to definitely check with like places like high school, where they
Yeah.
have an HBCU style marching band,
Yeah.
because majorettes is most associated with that type of
Yeah.
marching.
Okay.
What we did check is that there's no allocations being put out there for that position at all. So the ones that are being put out there are the band director and the color guard, which is
Okay.
called in here dance.
We would suggest
It's a group
changing
one.
that to color.
Yes, we have, because that's definitely what it. was
So
in
would
the
we,
group one.
so rather than majorette sponsor, it would be color guard sponsor?
Well, right here in group one, it says dancerette coach.
Yeah. that's
It
just
really should be color guard sponsor or color guard coach.
Color guard slash dance.
Okay,
Yeah. This is super outdated language.
all right.
Yes, that was one other thing.
Yeah.
Most people don't.
All right, so we would strike majorette sponsor, but then update the dancerette to be color guard coach.
Color guard slash
Color guard
dance.
slash dance.
Yeah.
Okay,
And all the music people will know what that is.
okay, well, we'll come back to
Yeah.
that one.
All right, yeah.
Because I know there were some other things in here that we were adding,
Mhm.
school social worker team lead, school psychologist team lead,
Mhm.
and then for that, the site-based tech support, which we
Yeah.
had some, I know we had a lot of conversation on that.
And just to clarify
Mm-hmm.
again, we do have 8 team leaders for social workers is
Yep.
what I put in my notes. And, but they do not currently receive any supplement. So if we can hold on that,
think I
like,
even-
but I have the notes.
They even put the notes in the margin there too.
Okay.
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 All right, and then I had a note down here with C in 19.1.5. Principal shall post supplemented positions becoming vacant within the school as soon as vacancy exists, and the proposal is to strike allow 10 working days to interview interested teachers. So it would just say, principal shall post supplemented positions becoming vacant within the school as soon as they are vacant, as soon as the vacancy exists, and interview interested teachers.
Mhm.
And then after completing the interview process, the principal will announce his or her decision.
There.
And this,
Sorry.
sorry,
I'm just being,
I was reading this one and not this one there.
just being silly.
So I think my notes show that this is what is happening now.
I mean, I think most don't know that that this even says 10 working days. Nobody works that slow. I mean,
Okay.
you need, you need
Yeah,
a coach.
this-
You're not gonna
this-
wait 10
right.
working days to interview.
This would allow for like, let's interview like now.
Correct. And what
Okay,
the normal process at us, especially at a high school site, which has most of these positions that, especially the coaching positions, they put it out to their internal. They say, anyone interested, please come to me by Friday, by this date. You put the date. If nobody comes to you, then nobody's interested, or you just interview the interested applicants. And then once you've interviewed them, you make a decision right there.
yeah, I think this was fine.
Yeah.
But I know there's more work to do on this page, so.
Yeah, okay.
We want to
Yeah,
see the
that's-
bottom one.
I
I'm
just
just
feel
gonna
like-
turn next page. Okay, we TA'd the block part of striking the allowed at 10 work days. Everything else we're holding on. We're gonna, I bet we're gonna TA 75 too.
No, this is just talking about supplemented positions. Yep.
And then that's just a land there on page 75.
You're getting a cramp in my hand. Look how bad
I know.
my initials are on that one.
All right, subcontracting. We had some more language on this, but this is to mirror the ESP, what we settled on. The district may use contracted employees to ensure regular operations, but shall not use employees contracted through third-party agencies to displace, reduce, or eliminate bargaining unit employees.
That is correct.
That was what
Yep.
was TA'd for SPs and all the theys and theirs. 21.2.1 was your proposal on updating the handbook for instructional personnel to
Mhm.
educator evaluation handbook. We're good with that.
Yeah.
We did have a proposal here, though, that it is the sole responsibility of administration to conduct evaluations of instructional personnel. No member of the instructional bargaining unit will be required to provide to any administrator any information which can reasonably be ascertained by said administrator through the observation and evaluation process. And no administrator shall rely on information conveyed by any member of the instructional bargaining unit in conducting an evaluation for another member of the instructional bargaining unit.
Yes, so, and you took out.
We took
or
out that
have we
other
already-
thing.
Okay,
Yeah,
good. Yep,
that-
okay. I was like,
Clearly I
wait,
was
we-
wrong on that one.
Well, okay, hey, we changed. Yes, so 21.2.2, and I conferred with Ms. Doherty, Jessica Doherty, and this is what's in the book, and she actually feels like this would be useful to be in the contract
Yes.
language.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jessica. On the next page, there's just some days and theirs and human resources.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna, and your general to executive.
Yeah. Thank you.
And gauge which stack is bigger.
I know.
The whole stack bigger than the.
I should have done it the way you did.
All right. Differentiated pay, there's a day in there, there was on 21.4.3, on 21.4.4. There was a proposal to strike this, and I highlighted it because I couldn't remember the discussion on this. A teacher or other instructional employee demonstrating outstanding teacher performance as determined by qualification for the state and district sponsored excellent teaching program and certified by the National Board of Professional Teaching Standards shall be eligible for the financial awards specified in state law for each year of valid certification.
Mhm.
Why, I don't remember why this was being,
Well, this is actually national board, because you shared some of that with me, right, David? That this is, but I don't believe this is, there is a award with state law anymore.
So
Share.
the language in the state statute is still there, they just don't fund it. So if they were to fund it again,
Okay.
being in contract would then allow the money to pass through as the award states. If you
Okay.
strike it and they fund it.
yeah.
Got it. Okay. And we're fine. We just wanted it to reflect
Yeah.
what we are doing, and we weren't aware of that happening, so
and I-
that's fine.
I think this is why we would leave
Mhm.
the other ones, right? Like everything and, because there was no strike proposed of, even though it's, for some reason, the numbers
Mhm.
got crossed out. The National Board Certified Teacher shall also be eligible to receive a mentoring bonus, the amount and rules for which are specified in state law, and then a teacher receiving the NBPTS certification will be disqualified from this award if at any time they receive an overall unsatisfactory evaluation. So I think that
Fine.
in kind of keeping
Yeah.
with it, we just keep.
Yeah. Now,
Alright.
21.4.6 and
Yep.
0.7.
Yep.
We would propose that we just leave this in the salary schedule instead of being here, because we're gonna negotiate that, obviously, the money part annually.
Mhm.
So is there a reason why, I mean, we don't put any of the other specific supplements in this piece of it?
So where is it in the salary schedule? Because when I looked
Well,
at the salary schedule, it's
We
nowhere
just
to be
agreed to
found.
it. We haven't done the 23-24 one yet, so we'll
Okay.
have to put it in there.
All right, so
Yeah.
I would we either put it here or in
Mhm.
the appendix.
Okay, let's put it in the
Now,
appendix.
let's look at 21.4.7, because that's something new.
Mhm.
I would love for you to agree to it. 21.4.6, that's the impasse piece, right?
Yeah,
That
that is correct.
certificated instructional employees who hold an advanced degree within their area certification will receive an advanced degree supplement for the highest such degree as follows: master's 1,000, specialist 2,000, doctorate 3,000. Now that supplement is part of their base salary, so eligible for FRS, correct?
It is not part, is not by law allowed to be part of their base salary.
Okay,
So no, it's a supplement.
okay, but it's not, it doesn't have the bonus withholding.
Have to verify with
Okay.
FRS,
So
I mean,
this
with
is-
payroll.
And then.
But yes, we're in agreement to add in the appendix 21.4.6, but 21.4.7, we had shared that we need to see where this advanced degree supplement lands this year. We can't even tell you what the total is. I've received, we go in right now, I have another 30 applications pending. So
Yeah, so that's,
until we see what the whole
Okay.
is for that,
yeah, because we were trying to delineate, we know that there's a supplement
yeah,
and then, the one-time bonus maybe for those that.
right.
Which would equate to a little bit, there'd be more withholding, so.
Yeah.
So we'll,
Well, and there's statutory language around what requirements have to be in order for something to count for FRS. So we have that language. Stephanie Heaton and Dr. Schatzberger really, they help analyze all that.
all right, so this will go 21.4.6. We read to the language, but it'll go to the appendix.
Correct. About,
Hold that, 6 and 7.
okay, never mind. Just kidding.
Okay, hold.
Hold. Just
Dang
kidding.
it, Jeff, you made my pile bigger.
Sorry.
All right, and then let me go back to that page, actually. No TAs yet.
On the bears.
Oh,
Got
the
the
his
little
and her
there.
to there. If we want a TA 21.4.3.
It's a little better.
This way.
No, we're gonna do it.
There's a little bit more on that page that leads into next, because I know there was a lot of language being proposed to be removed.
Mhm.
And I know this had to do with Renaissance School. I understand that the agreement is that this still remains for the 23-24 school year. So we just propose
What
that,
page are you on?
it's at the very bottom of 78 that we just TA'd, 21.4.8.
Got it.
Which
Yep.
will be 21.4, I don't know, whatever the number will be when we
Got
clean
it.
this all up. The board proposed just striking all of this. Our proposal is that we leave it, but preface it with for the 23-24 school year, because we know that it's supposed to remain in this school year, and then revisit. So we would keep all of that and just add that language. Keep 21.4.7 on the next page through 79. Just keep all that in place until it actually expires for the MOU agreement.
Well, let's hold on that so that
Okay.
we can see if there's a way to word that in there as
Okay.
well.
You know our intent, right?
Yeah.
Just to keep it in place. And then 21.4.8, the proposed strike there, we're fine with that. That was
Which one are you on?
I'm on page 79.
Sorry.
Okay.
What number is that, Marie? 21.4.7 on this. Are you? in
So the
one that
numbers
she
got
gave
a
us
little,
today?
the numbers got a little bit
Okay,
jammed up because it's combining our new proposals and your proposal was to strike all the national board,
got
right?
it. Yep.
That we've kept.
So on page 79,
Yep.
so we're gonna hold because I'd like to put somewhere in there that it does say that, because not everybody knows where the MOU is, right? That the MOU says it's discontinued after this year, so somewhere to word that in there. But if you look at the old 21.4.7,
Mhm.
we don't have peers and mentors in that anymore, so that would be language that isn't needed.
Which part of the
The
long
page
area?
79, so
Okay,
MBCTs who teach in Renaissance schools shall receive an additional salary differential of 4,500, subject to negotiations.
Mhm.
We don't do this. And then a peer or mentor who returns to a Renaissance school immediately following their service as a peer or mentor. We
Okay.
haven't had peers or mentors in several years.
I see.
So I
Okay.
think we just need to clean up.
Many sitting in this room.
Yeah. That were, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think that whole section, I get that we don't want to confuse the fact that it's still active, the Renaissance through this year, but there has to be a way to word it where it's indicated that it's expired after this year.
Or the proposal is just to leave it and then that can be one of our subjects for the MOU next year. But we're good with the removal of 21.4.8.
0.8.
That is all the instructional personnel evaluated under the state evaluation system, being considered for performance pay. That was your proposed strike.
And I'm just trying to find it.
Which is 20, I think it's 21.4.9 actually.
Oh, right, yeah, because performance pay doesn't exist
Yeah.
anymore. Yep, gotcha. Okay, so we would
So-
definitely look at that. We
Okay.
think 21.4.7 and 21.4.8 should be
Okay,
struck.
all right, we'll talk about I'll talk with the team on, I just didn't wanna
Okay.
reach that.
Okay, understood.
Since we're holding on everything else on 78 and 79. Put it in the whole pile. On page 80, there was a proposed strike on 22.1.6, the copy of previous tenure law shall remain at each work site, work location. We're fine with that removal. Because I think if someone wants to look it up, they can look it up.
It was important at the time
I
when it was
understand.
put in there, because
And
it
then-
was new.
Yeah, and then there is a down there in
Yeah.
letter B. All right, page 81, suspension, dismissal, suspension, we wanted to clarify there's a without and with pay, so 23.1 would become suspension without pay. And we would add a provision, any Hillsborough County employee who is recommended to be suspended without pay may choose to use accrued time during the length of the suspension. And then all the theys and theirs.
Mhm. Yeah.
And then 23.2 becomes the suspension with pay. And because we know that there are times when there's someone who's out with,
Mhm.
and we just wanted to be clear on that.
Yeah. Okay. Let me look at the with one more time.
The Hillsborough County teacher arrested for a felony or for a misdemeanor involving moral turpitude may immediately be suspended with pay from duty by the superintendent according to the following procedures. Everything remains the same there. Because we know that like there's an investigation that's happening, you're immediately put out, but pending a suspension or dismissal without pay,
Mhm.
sometimes folks get, concerned about that. So we
Yeah.
just want to be clear.
Well, so we're suspending them without pay, but then allowing them to use their accrued time.
Yeah.
Which part? Oh, the office duties? Let us hold. We need to
Okay.
talk on
I
this
think we
real
need to
quick.
move stuff around.
Yeah.
Yeah,
needs to
I
be
mean, I think
cleaned
they're
up.
just trying to
Yeah.
encapsulate what's already
Yeah.
kind of happening.
Yeah,
So,
Agreed.
okay,
yeah,
hold on that one.
yeah.
Once again, John. All right.
Turn in this key.
82 dismissal. This is again, you know where this is coming from. Striking decisions rendered by the school board are final and will not be subject to grievance and arbitration process of this contract or any other appeal. This has to do with the Hillsborough County teacher may be discharged from employment for all of the deadly sins. And reasons for the discharge shall be provided to the school board. But we feel very strongly that matters of dismissal and discipline should be subject to arbitration, so we're proposing that strike.
Okay.
All right, 83, this is encompassing your proposal, what we agreed to with ESP. We are proposing that the due process and progressive discipline start with the just cause, that no employee shall be disciplined without just cause. And then to address your proposed striking of A in a verbal reprimand, that we still are, just as
Yeah.
we explained with the ESPs, that a verbal is a verbal, so no written conference summary is placed in the personnel file, but the administrator may make note of the discussion in a worksite file.
Right.
So again, without going too deep in the weeds, but a verbal is a verbal. We understand the need to document that it took place, but there shouldn't be a summary of this big thing that's subject to public records in the personnel file.
Yeah, okay, and we agreed to that 1A under, during ESP, and that looked good. Letter A, any concerns? Okay, yep, looks good.
Okay. All right. Grievance procedure.
Oh, almost put it in my pile.
Okay. All right, so this is the pared down version it's all based on what we agreed to at the ESP, so we'll just go through it.
And you had not presented this to us yet theoretically, we just done it with
Correct.
ESP.
So
Okay.
we are trying, this is all prefaced with, we're going after mirroring what's in ESP, already agreed. So in 24.1.1, changing aggrieved person to grievant. Again, in 24.2.1, there's a proposed striking of only grievances based on a dispute involving the misinterpretation or misapplication of the agreement shall be arbitrable. All other grievances shall have level 3 as the final step. We want to, again, matters that involve discipline should be subject to arbitration for the law. 24.2.2, aggrievant instead of aggrieved person is the persons, or the association itself alleging a violation of this agreement. 24.2.3, a representative is an individual designated by the association or by the grievant if the association is not providing representation to represent and act for and on behalf of the grievant throughout the grievance procedure. And then striking a party of interest. So we're just, rather than party of interest, there would be the rep and the grievant. So this is all clarifying.
And with that,
language.
and we did put that in the
Yes,
ESP,
correct.
right?
Yep.
Okay.
Everything here is agreed to, except for 24.2.1,
24.2.1.
which I still don't understand, but.
So noted. Yes, we know. Okay. No, that's, okay. Now,
I can keep going
Did-
or.
no, that's okay. Now the instructional contract doesn't have that piece of, that we kind of talked about with ESP with the, or we still just aren't there yet. Never mind, we're not there yet.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You want me
Keep
to keep
going.
going?
Yep, no, we're good.
All right, we're also
Now, do you
proposing,
want, we can TA those areas, except the 24.2.1, we'll hold there.
so we'll TA 24.1,
Mhm.
hold on 24.2.1.
Correct.
And TA 24.22 and 24.23, and strike the old 24.23.
That is correct.
Right, you need that statute.
Yes, I do. Somewhere. Guess you asked me that, right?
That's fine.
447.401.
Oh, thank you.
All right, page 85, 24.4.4. We're proposing that the form to be used in filing grievance, or the grievance form is provided in the appendix, which the end of your packet, the same proposed grievance form that
Okay.
is there. And then everything else here is aggrieved person to grievance is her to their, he, she to they, aggrieved person or party of interest grievance. So just trying to bring.
Yes, so we can TA this whole page. We're not ready to TA that grievance form specifically. Just have a few edits and suggestions for things that might be needed on it.
Okay. 24.6.1, changing aggrieved person to grievant. 24.7.1, if the pre-grievance conference with the principal or immediate supervisor as described in 24.6 fails to solve the grievance, the grievant or representative will file a level 1 grievance on the grievance form. So it's just a little bit of cleaning up the language. With the principal or immediate supervisor, you would strike either directly or together with the association's designated building representative or staff, just to clean that up. With the objective of resolving the grievance. A written disposition of the grievance will be given to the grievant within 10 school days before a principal or immediate supervisor may make a written disposition of an adverse decision concerning a grievance, they must confer with their regional superintendent. Level 2, if the grievant is not satisfied with the disposition of their grievance at level 1, or if no decision has been made, I think the rest is pretty self.
Yeah.
It's just, they may file a level 2 grievance with the superintendent or designee.
Yep.
So,
Yep, we can TA all that.
okay. Okay, next page, letter D, we would like to update that from CTA staff person to the grievance representative. And then I think your proposal on F was, I don't know if it was supposed to be regional, but, or is it region? I think in your document it was region, but I didn't know if it was supposed to be regional.
People say both.
Okay, so it's good as it is, okay.
Doesn't matter.
And then,
Is it region or regional? Regional.
Okay.
I'll put regional. It's funny, I always have to go back. Some of them have it different in their subject lines.
and then in H, we're just clarifying either by the association or administration.
Okay.
24.8.6, it wouldn't be striking that, I don't know why that, we would keep that that number.
Got
I'd say the superintendent or designee shall render a written decision within 10 work days of level 2 hearings. Said decision shall be addressed to the grievant with copies to their representative and the association. And then 24.8.6, all hearings held at level 2 shall be closed sessions, but we want to strike, and no news releases shall be made concerning progress of the hearing, because that's
That's an adjustment from what you proposed before.
Yep.
Okay.
Because we believe that that's a violation of our freedom of speech. and
Okay.
Organizing, so.
But before
Before
you
we, so.
put open session,
so-
correct? I'm just trying to process.
So what
okay.
we did in the ESP language was we proposed just striking that whole section.
Got it.
And
Okay.
we heard what you're saying,
Okay.
that, you know, you were unsure about it, but what the heartburn part for us is the no news release shall be made concerning progress. I mean, that's.
Okay.
That's our right, and I think it's a person's right to have that free speech, so.
Okay.
What did we do?
We struck the whole section.
Well, we
proposed
proposed striking
to
the whole
strike.
thing, but you guys didn't agree to anything.
We left in the
So-
whole thing.
Today, we're proposing that we
Mhm.
leave that this hearing is closed, but we strike this whole
Okay.
gag order.
Okay, we will talk about it.
Too soon.
Just saying,
I haven't even had lunch yet.
I'm hangry, I'm getting hangry. All right, page 88, 24.10.3.
Did you want a TA any
Oh.
on that page?
So, okay, let's go back to
It is
80.
regional.
It is regional. So if we're good on D, F, and H, as long as we say regional superintendent, okay. And then we're good with, we would keep 24.8.6. There was no,
Correct.
I don't, just sometimes
okay.
have it. And then TA, that one.
Correct. And then hold on 24.8.7. Why it's gonna be good that we do these in different years, because
Yeah, because
it's
if we
like-
agree to this, then we
well,
can
no,
just
but it's
come back.
also like Groundhog Day. Like, I can't remember if we've already talked about it.
I
I'm like-
remember.
I'm like, wait, did we do this one already?
What if we agreed to it here, you know, the SP contract is just right around the corner. All right, 24.10.3, this is the language we agreed to in the ESP contract, that the arbitration shall proceed according to the rules of the agency appointing the arbitrator. The arbitration hearing shall be held at a location mutually agreeable upon, mutually agreed, it should be agreed upon
Mhm.
by the parties, or as ordered by the arbitrator if the parties cannot come to an agreement.
Yeah.
All right, next page, 24.11.2, the arbitrator
Time to
shall.
shine. Let me know.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll just, you know, in all, you know, good faith, there's a lot, I tried my best to keep with ESP, but there are some things that we are trying, you know,
Okay.
to still propose here for a purpose. 24.11.2, the arbitrator shall have no power to alter, add to, subtract, or disregard, or modify any of the terms of the agreement. This was agreed to in the ESP. The 24.11.4, the arbitrator's decision when following procedures set forth in the agreement shall be final and binding on the association, its members, the employee, and the board. Can't remember if we TA'd that or not, honestly.
I don't either. I'll have to look back, yeah.
24.11.5, when arbitration proceedings are held during employee work hours, grievant witnesses and association representative whose presence is required shall be excused with pay from their normal duties. And then in 24.11.6, all fees and expenses mutually incurred pursuant to the arbitration shall be equally shared by the association and the board. And then we get into the savings clause.
Okay.
Which we discussed earlier. I don't know if I need to read it again, but.
I just wanna go back and whatever we agreed to before.
All right.
Yeah, I'm trying to think on when the arbitrator's decision, when following procedures set forth in the agreement, that the decision shall be final and binding on the association. Just trying to recall. I don't know why that arbitration is binding. So anyway. People with ESP voting.
That's what it was. It was above.
Okay, that's why. That might be why. Okay.
Did you find it?
It's not be there. I didn't find it in the ESP, but see what's being pointed out, that the reason we did it is because it's already there, but.
All right, so we did TA. So 24.11.2 is word for word. I don't see 24.11.4, hold on. And then when the held during working hours.
We did not agree to that one,
Okay,
the arbitrator's decision, and I think it's because in 20, right above, where they
Yeah.
just point, the decision of the arbitrator shall be final binding.
that's what it
binding
was.
upon the
Yeah,
association.
okay, yep, I remember that. All right, so we'll take that out. And then 24.11.5, we did TA,
Yep.
as an associate board. Okay, going old school. Okay, this folder is yellow because the old ESP booklet used to be yellow.
Yeah.
And green.
The savings clause, this is what we agreed to in the ESP contract. If any provision of this agreement is or shall at any time be found by a court of competent jurisdiction to be contrary to law or Florida Board of Education regulations.
Yep.
And in such cases, either party, yeah, that's all the same.
Yep, nope, those all look good.
We did a small tweak to that, if that includes the tweak.
That's right, you had moved,
We moved it.
yes, the wordsmith.
Yes, your words, what we did in the ESP contract, we had initially proposed in such cases, either party may compel negotiations over replacement provision, but we put it as the second to last sentences. So it would say, in such cases, either party may compel negotiations over replacement provision. All other provisions of this agreement shall continue in effect.
Yep.
So I did actually try to do what we did there.
Reason to do it twice.
And then for this agreement, I just try to keep it simple with just updating the dates from 22 to 26.
Yep.
And then the execution date of the agreement will be upon ratification of board approval, and then updating all the names there. Superintendent Van Ayers somehow got to the second page, but I know we agreed to some different language in the ESP contract, but I just understood with proposing just updating the dates here. But I don't know if you want to TA or.
Yep, no, we can take it.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Because it didn't before, okay. Yeah.
All right. We had in, I'm gonna find my other folder for the motion TAs. We had agreed in. Yeah, we had agreed TA'd Article 1.2.1 about having the list of positions in Appendix A. So in your packet, the next is that Appendix A, and then we just took all the positions, which would include updating, you know, how the salary schedule to student services and taking out the positions that aren't actually in the unit. So you can review that or look at that or.
Yeah, this. I'm gonna have to compare it like to.
Okay. I
So are we
literally
good
took
with-
it off.
Yeah,
But-
this is what we've been updating. And
Yeah.
anytime we change that salary schedule book, like we,
Mhm.
and it impacts you, like we send it to you.
Yeah.
So, okay.
There for you. Appendix B on 93 is the grievance form. So that's been proposed here.
Yeah.
Grievance form that's been used. That's B. And then the salary schedules would go in Appendix C. And then this is where we would house the supplement. So I just pulled all the instructional supplements, but
Okay.
we can look through those and see if there's
Yeah.
anything that should or shouldn't be included there. I know they're a little muddled. I tried to go through on some of these pages and strike what wouldn't
Look,
be.
isn't this, look at sponsorship supplements. Look how we're listing Dancerette. Oh, sorry, this page. So we
So,
were
there we go.
listing it in the book just as Dancerette and Majorette. So
Okay.
it's all the same position.
Yeah.
We probably moved it from group 2 at one point to group 1,
Okay.
but we don't have that historical perspective. Yeah, I'll have to look.
Okay,
Mhm.
well, it's all there.
Yeah, okay.
And then Appendix D would be MOUs, so the transformation. So that, to speak to your point about
Yeah.
like, if you don't know where that it would be housed here.
Okay.
And then last is the index that we would update the date, and then of course, update any contract
Okay.
changes.
Yeah, no, that's big.
All right. Whew, got through it. There's a couple housekeeping things that I think maybe we can do quickly.
Okay.
I know when we had TA'd the salary agreement last time, there was a typo on 20 to 21, so I made a
Yes.
clean copy. The other thing that I am asking is that on salary schedule A and B, that we just TA them, there's no
Yep.
changes. So I can give this copy to you to look at, if you
Yep.
wanna look at again, but
That'd be good.
this would just be a
Clean copy.
there. And then I'm just gonna TA these and you can look at them and. Where do you wanna- And when we get the salary schedules all ratified, they would of course be in this
Yes.
appendix. Perfect. I don't know if you want to get those, but.
Yeah, I mean, I did just just so I don't.
Copy. The only thing we did, it's just, yeah. Yeah, I made extra copies today. Oh, no, I.
Take that with me.
All right, that's, oh, yeah.
Oh,
Before we talk this,
Uh-huh.
can we go back to page 7? That's the emergency.
Yes,
You have a reference to chapter 112.
yes.
Purpose and criteria.
Sometime in here.
That's supposed to be change, I assume, very serious change as outlined there.
I guess it could be changed. I think there was a reason we put charge. Let me read it. Any commission that constitutes a real immediate thing. Yeah, it probably is changed.
Okay, and then maybe we can both talk about this in caucus, but the only definition of an emergency I see in 1012 is when there's not sufficient number of certified teachers because of an epidemic, strike, mass walkouts, if the number of teacher doesn't take the position. The superintendent declares an emergency for, is that what you're contemplating? Okay. I just wanna make sure.
And the A would be capitalized. And any.
All right, so. This is gonna be Caucus and lunch.
Yeah, oh, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I didn't know if there was something else that I
I don't
missed
have
or-
anything else.
Okay, all right, yeah, let's, I don't know. What do you think? I don't know what our lunch is. Roger?
I had a question. Speak up, sorry, but that
Oh.
floating holiday one,
Yep.
Mhm.
isn't that supposed to be mainly for our religious minorities? Jewish people, Muslims,
Yeah.
Sikhs, all of those. Would it be possible to maybe get an okay if we change it to religions instead of, because I
secular.
believe it's that type of discriminatory behavior. We have Christian holidays that are regularly observed, but I mean, we do have many Jewish people, for instance, who, would like to take their holy days off, and it's just not happening. So why should they have to use their personal leave when no one else has to use personal leave for those types of holidays that are recognized and observed by the board?
Right, so I think, and we can talk about it in caucus too, but I think, the intent was there. That was where that originally came from. But in an attempt to try to honor that, look, there are all sorts of, personal beliefs, religious, that was the intent of that proposal. Their response is that that's what a personal day is for, but I don't know if you want to respond further to
Well,
that. I mean, that
And
is
I
really where it
understand
came
what you're
from.
saying, but we have a secular school calendar, like it is, I understand, but if you ask any, our calendar is secular.
Well, it's not, I mean, it's not,
I'm just telling you by
I
law.
know it's written popularly,
Yeah,
however,
I understand.
a particular date
right.
is a non-student day.
I
So
understand.
anybody can use comp time on that day,
Yeah,
but I can't use comp time
I understand.
for
Right.
remote home day.
Yeah.
My,
Understood.
so
Yeah.
that, it makes it,
I know.
uncomfortable, it makes it uncomfortable.
And that,
Yeah.
and that was honestly why we didn't say it as a religious holiday.
Right,
It was
yeah.
to allow for that, for the very different,
Mhm.
but that
Okay.
was the intent, so.
Okay.
I mean, I know what you're.
Understood. I understand.
We'll
I
talk
do.
about it. So
Okay.
what do we think? Of it?
I'll give us an hour and a half.
All right, so let's come back at 1:30.
Yeah, that sounds
All
good.
right. And I will email this document. Oh, so I know it was a long caucus, there's a lot to work through, I know we've got some big issues. There's maybe a couple ways to work through it, I mean, if there's anything easy that we can do, if you know. I will tell you, what we spent all of our time on was planning and duty time, to try to figure out a way because we know that that's gonna kind of like Lego piece together.
Let's just start there.
Okay,
Let's just start there. Yeah,
agreed.
just start there.
Which it kind of, if hopefully it kind of ties into another article that I think maybe
Mhm.
hopefully we can deal with. Okay, so there's 3 pages here. The first is the planning time. That's page 1 and page 2 of that.
Okay.
Yes. I think
It
it's
didn't start
recording.
saying
I don't
it.
know. David probably didn't start recording.
Didn't talk to us yet. Wait.
Is it recording? It is.
All right.
Oh, he muted it.
So these are 2 pages.
Yes, it should
Let me
be
do it this way.
page 10 and 11, and then 18 will be coming next.
Okay. Here's 10 and 11. Everyone take a copy. Thank you. No, they're not. There's a whole pack of 10, a whole pack of 11.
Oh,
Yep.
totally.
Yes.
The materials management.
Well, it's because I was starting it. Usually I do it wrong. Yeah. There we go.
It was actually 3:30.
Oh,
Thank you for recognizing.
okay, so we spent a lot of time on this and trying to look at ways that we could add some clarity without making too many changes to the planning, but tried to address the duties, which hopefully, well, I'll talk you through it. All
Okay.
right. 2.7.1, we still are keeping with this, the planning time is an uninterrupted block of time within the workday. during which an employee is freed from all professional obligations such as student supervision, meetings, et cetera, in order to attend to lesson plans, classroom preparation, grading of student work, and other tasks the employee deems necessary for the effective execution of professional responsibilities. Instructional employees shall have uninterrupted daily planning time during which they will not be responsible for students' attendance at meetings or be assigned to any other tasks or duties except for emergencies. And then we move into the school office shall maintain a duty roster available for staff examination to ascertain the equity of regular and or emergency assignments. Time outside the student instructional day is for individual teacher planning, except on Tuesdays where the faculty votes for a SIP waiver impacting this time. Secondary teachers in schools with 7 student instructional periods shall have a scheduled planning period of at least 1 full period per day during the student instructional day. Planning time for teachers working on teams shall normally be scheduled to accommodate team planning. Elementary teachers pre-K through 5 shall be provided with a weekly minimum of 2.5 hours of planning time within the student instructional day, equivalent to 30 consecutive uninterrupted minutes per day. Elementary teacher planning time shall take place before or after the student day and during the day when students are with special teachers, or in the case of kindergarten teachers when an aide is present. Except for Tuesdays, and all elementary teachers pre-K through 5 shall also have a scheduled block of at least 35 minutes planning period per day before or after the student day. And then we were looking at trying to be clear about, when we went to an 8-hour day, all planning minutes defined in the items above are in addition to the guaranteed 25 minutes of daily planning time afforded all teachers by moving to an 8-hour workday. And then some of the other is, this should have already been proposed. Whenever possible, teachers shall not be required to teach more than 3 hours without a break. Kind of had some discussion about that. It is normal for employees to be in their work area during their planning period. However, they shall not be restricted to the room or work area during the entire planning period. Each employee shall be provided a minimum of 30 minutes for a duty-free lunch period, and every effort will be made to schedule the employee's lunch period at the same time each day. We then worked on the duty time because we know that this kind of references duty. So the next page, page 18, is 3.4.1. The principal or principal's designee may assign duties necessary for the safety of students within the workday for up to 15 minutes per day for 1 semester. These duties shall be distributed equitably and posted. ESE teachers in self-contained classrooms shall not be assigned duties of the type referenced in this section for students other than those in their own classroom. Speech language pathologists, psychologists, social workers, school counselors, classroom teachers with more than 3 teacher preps, and other ESE staff who handle a high volume of paperwork and reporting, including but not limited to EPs, IEPs, billing for Medicare insurance, etc., shall not be assigned duties of the type referenced in this section. We're withdrawing that whole section there about other duties. The supervision of students allowed to remain on campus prior to the start of the teacher workday and after the end of the student day shall be the responsibility of the administration. However, any duties assigned before or after the student day shall not diminish protected planning time outlined in Article 2.7, which we just went over. Duties which cannot be accomplished in the 15 minutes per day of 1 semester or less at the elementary level will receive 1 hour of comp time per week. And the rest would be stricken there. So we're trying to account for this coverage. What we're proposing to be able to allow for the district to do this, which we believe is kind of allowing that SIP waiver that we talked about, is to, allow for some compensation of where we know it's happening, those elementary, you discussed, the 109 elementary. And what we're proposing is that, by giving that up, it's contingent upon what we had proposed in 3.7.1 earlier today about faculty meetings only being held or being beyond the workday. So in exchange for saying, all right, we can do those duty minutes during the day without the SIP waiver, that the 25 minutes beyond the workday on Tuesdays would be abolished. And Rob wants, yes, you may.
Yeah, so we looked at this and it is a very large rock. And one of the issues that there's many different issues here, right? Is we want to solve for the the supervision of children, specifically in elementary school in the morning,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
And we created a different issue in the district with the K-8s, because we don't really have a firm way and a uniform way of kind of working within a K-8. So we find that they're all over the place. That throws a curveball in the middle of that pitch sequence. So coming up with an answer that like a one size fits all was very difficult.
Mhm.
So what we're trying to do here is embed what would be the most common SIP waiver that would be done at the discretion of the principal, not of the employees at these sites. So they would automatically have this supervision covered as they see fit during that morning time. And in return, these employees would get 1 hour of comp time, because I was looking at what I thought was the most common of these SIP waivers for these schools.
Mhm.
And then we're asking, and then also within this, we would say that the ask that we have around comp time and the payment of is something that we would study and kind of kick that can down the road and see, we want some data from you guys, and we would do some data on our side about what that really, like how much we're giving out. We know the good and the bad that comes with all that. That would also be included in what we're proposing. But we're also asking for the abolishment of the extra 25 minutes of the faculty meeting on Tuesday to make this happen and make these schools have that supervision time. So that's really how it's kind of being all together on that, to
Okay.
give you the logic to it.
Okay. Okay. Ours looks a little different.
Okay.
So let me just find. So many copies here. Give me a second. All right. Okay. Let me pull it up electronically. It's gonna help me guide this. Switch gears. Yeah. All right. Oh, it wants to load it there again. All right. And the printer, thank you for the printer, by the way. That was great. I don't know if it prints color because for me, it didn't. So I just want to make sure. Yeah, I know you
Yeah, the
can't.
little
So,
one, it does.
It
but I
does?
just Had to
okay, whoops.
tell
All
it
right.
to it.
Tell it to.
It's okay.
All right. So 3.4.1. I need my assistant, Larissa. I need your help. She typed and I
Okay.
can't find it.
Okay, no problem.
Teamwork, makes the
Mhm.
dream work.
Yeah.
After it. You just want to go to 3.4.1?
Yeah, let's go straight there. Cause I think that's our big rock right now. All right, so.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, so here, the principal or principal's designee may assign duties necessary for the safety of students within the workday for up to 15 minutes per day. These duties shall be distributed equitably and posted. ESC teachers Battery's running low. Of course it is. These duties shall be distributed equitably and posted. ESC teachers in self-contained classrooms shall not be assigned duties of the type referenced in this section. Speech language pathologists, psychologists, and social workers, and other ESC staff who handle a high volume of paperwork and reporting, IEPs, billing for Medicaid, blah, 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 shall not be assigned duties of the type referenced in this section. The supervision of students allowed to remain on campus prior to the start of the teacher workday and after the end of the teacher workday shall be the responsibility of the administration. However, any duties assigned before or after the student day shall not diminish protected planning time outlined in Article 2.7. Oh, you have my thing?
Yeah, well, we have
You're
one that
awesome.
you can borrow, and then you can click this, and that's gonna be the language you propose.
That's where I needed you. All right. All right. So what we would want to propose is that the principal or principal's designee may assign duties necessary for the safety of students within the workday. These duties shall be distributed equitably and posted. ESC teachers in self-contained classrooms shall not be assigned duties of the type referenced in this section for students other than those in their own classrooms. Speech language pathologists, psychologists, social workers, and other ESC staff who handle a high volume of paperwork shall not be assigned duties of the type referenced in this section. The supervision of students allowed to remain on campus prior to the start of the teacher workday and after the end of the teacher workday shall be the responsibility of the administration. It should be noted that student supervision of elementary students during arrival is the responsibility of the classroom teacher and not considered an assigned duty. So we want to somehow figure out how we look at that as a responsibility of the teacher. Not to go anywhere, you're in your room, but that the kids can come to you in the morning. And is there a blend of where maybe, you know, whether it needs to be comp time or those things, but that has always in the past been a responsibility of the elementary teacher to accept kids during that time of day.
So I think there's something we can do with it. I
Yeah.
don't know that we can say that it's not a duty. I think anything that is not your, you know, your uninterrupted planning or your uninterrupted lunch, it's all duty.
Right.
So I don't think that we would just say that it's not a duty, but I think we're close on it because I think
Yeah.
we're understanding that it is something that has to be done. So
And it's funny that you said that too, because we talked a lot about what's a duty, what's not a duty, like, you know, and
when you're doing work, in my opinion, it's all duty, but.
is it a duty? Is it part of your, what you do in, as part of your professional responsibilities? And we talked a lot and our mindset in secondary is a little different than elementary. Like it just kind of like, we even kind of debate like, well, is that a duty or is that just part of what your day looks like as a teacher? So we're not landing, it was tough. Like it's a tough rock to figure out there. So.
And honestly, what we're trying to throw at you guys, and I think we're similar,
Mhm,
is a Band-Aid on it. Is
Mhm.
really looking at what's working and what isn't, and
mhm,
trying to put it in language, at least until we can figure out something greater and better,
mhm.
that does involve, you know, protecting those planning minutes and things like that. I mean,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I think we're closer than we were.
True.
I think we're getting to a place where we're understanding that there needs to be that coverage. It's just being, you know, I think all the other parts around it have to be clear, right?
Yeah.
So that,
Yeah.
because it will be a change
Mhm.
and it's got to be very clear that, we're not causing people to lose anything.
Right.
That, has been very fiercely protected in Hillsborough for a long time.
Mhm.
I mean, by going to an 8-hour day, that's already that extra time that should have been built in for teachers to have that planning time and that sort of thing. So, yeah, so I think, I don't know, I think the language that you spoke, if you sent it to me, that's what you emailed me, Larissa?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so maybe what we can do is kind of look at that piece.
Yeah.
Kind of wordsmith it a little bit
Okay.
with our team, because I think we're closer than we were.
Yeah.
But again, our challenge, like Rob was saying, because it's so many different levels, that if it looks like we're hurting someone's time, that isn't affected by where this real challenge is at the elementary level. And that's what we don't want to hurt, you know, our secondary, middle school, that sort of thing, so.
Okay. Yep.
And you didn't want to qualify or quantify the duty time either, from what I heard in your language?
Well, we had left in, the secondary teachers may be assigned up to 15 minutes of duty.
Okay.
It's not that we have an issue with the 15 minutes, it's assuming that the morning arrival is part of that 15. That's really where that comes from.
Right, and I think that's what we were trying to do is that, look, you can get that 15 minutes assigned, no matter what level you're at, you have that 15 minutes of duty for one semester.
Right.
If in that 15 minutes, like you're saying, there is coverage that can't be accomplished, which we've been having to vote these waivers for, that we're allowing for it. But there are some things that we need to make sure people get, because this is.
Yeah, but right now, elementary is 15 minutes for the year. Right, so that actually decreases when you do go per semester. Yeah, like
Well,
right now, it's
and the
15
issue
minutes.
is that, like, you know, it's difficult because I sit here, it's hard for me to wrap my head around it because we went back and forth with it here, that I was at an elementary school where it was done efficiently. And I had protected time in the morning and the afternoon and my time during the day. Our administration made it work, so. And it was rotated and duties were rotated and all that, so.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, 10. All right, you guys are gonna laugh at me. I already lost my 10, 11.
Do you need another copy? I gave you all our copies.
It's in one of these. I promise it's here somewhere.
Oh, Tamika's got the extra.
Yeah, no, we didn't know because they hadn't presented this. Yeah, which is fine, because 10 and 11 this morning, we didn't go over that.
Right, correct,
yeah.
because we had kind of initially, we had made some proposals on that, I think you had made some and we kind of held on to it.
Right.
But I think that's the key, because the duty time references the planning time. And then we're also trying to do something here that is contingent upon that faculty meeting time. Because we do believe that that can be accomplished during the workday.
Okay.
So-
Okay. All right. So.
And then, like Rob said, a lot of our proposals on all that comp time could be with John and kick down the road.
Yeah,
Because we know that that needs to be.
it does. It does. And I think, I think as we go through this, things that have a recurring cost or a cost are something that we're gonna have to put a hold on, so, and so that's something that's gonna get a lot of these, and nothing's comfortable sitting here and saying no, right? Nothing's
Right.
ever comfortable doing that, but a lot of these, it's gonna be like, can't do that right now because it incurs a cost right now.
And at the same time, right,
Mhm.
so, I believe that the problem that we're trying to solve for is morning supervision,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Yeah.
We're offering you something that
Mhm.
doesn't cost you anything
Mm-hmm.
and solves that problem.
I hear you.
Okay,
Can you offer something else? No, I'm just kidding.
I could, but it's gonna cost you.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
No.
I mean, I've always said that if the issue is actually the number of people that are doing duties, then we should find a way to compensate people to do additional duties. We know that there are employees out there that would do that. That is, in your position's always been no, that we don't have the money for that, which so we're trying to be creative around that world where we're not asking for more money, but trying to come up with something that's fair. That's really where we're at.
Okay. Nope. I hear you. All right. So let's just go through it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. All right. You want to sit next to me? No. Hell. I know.
We just do think our copy.
We're gonna have to, because we didn't have a copy machine, so, yeah.
Because the light was on.
I don't think so. I have too many books right now. That's why I'm like a disaster.
I don't see that it's starting to be.
I have my better.
But do you see that it starts?
Yeah,
It's not. The light was on, went on when you first did it, but now I don't see the light.
I was gonna say my connection.
Yeah, I know. I have to.
It changed it, or maybe that's what. It was late till one of the plugs worked, one of the plugs wasn't, so. Pick your poison. Okay, cool. All right, let's do the thing. I'll take you to the number. All right, sounds good. All right, so starting with, the first thing we had on hold was 1.5.
Yes.
Okay. You keep me there if I'm jumping around. Emergency, we are not in agreement to add this language for emergency. And we have gone through the contract, like to see where the word emergency was, and we just feel like this is too restrictive, and that it's not necessary to have.
So what is an emergency
Definition.
then? It seems like it's just everything, because when we've talked about emergency, what
Mhm.
we've been told is, well, we've got to cover students, but
Mhm.
that's every day. That's not what an
Mhm.
emergency is. So
Right.
the contract does reference them. I mean, just in the part we were talking about, reference emergency. So if it's too restrictive, then what is an emergency?
Well, this is talking about only when they're, immediate danger. Yeah.
So
Well,
what would an emergency be then?
you need coverage of kids,
But that's every day. So
Well,
every day is an
right.
emergency?
but we have a rotation and we have. When we go through places that have emergency, let's pick them out and we can talk about what that might be.
Okay.
Mhm,
I don't
yeah.
understand why it's too restrictive, but then if the emergency is every day, then I guess we're all emergency workers. I mean, that's.
Well, it does feel like that sometimes.
No, again, I think I've described too, that lack of coverage is a crisis right
Mhm.
now.
Yep.
But, there's no state of emergency. If that were the case, then it should be declared and we're there. So
All right. Well. All right, teachers shall refer to any member of the bargaining unit that is an employee covered by this contract unless otherwise differentiated herein. We can come back to that because right now there's a lot of places in the contract that are referencing teachers, and it really is referencing classroom teachers and not all bargaining unit members. And I know we all see where this is. It's really our student services personnel, where there's some places where they don't get a planning period. And if we change this language, then it would mean that they do get a planning period. So I think we need to tackle that before we talk about whether or not we're going to put this in there. If we tackle that language and it says classroom teachers, then, we may be able to come back and say that
I
this
guess
shouldn't be in
there's
there.
been some dispute on that, because what I'm hearing is that not just classroom teachers do get planning time. I mean,
Who does?
we've had some folks talk about that there is planning time that they get. Yeah.
Absolutely. So the planning time that we don't get, at my school, I do IEP counseling.
Mhm.
I need some time to see what we're working on towards their goal. I need to look up resources to make sure I can,
Right.
right? I need, for groups, I have groups like resiliency groups. I need to be able, like, second step, right?
Mhm.
I need some time to be able to look through that book and see what I'm teaching at the various grades I may be teaching, because now we all kind of do it, it's not just school counselors.
Right.
So if I don't have any guaranteed planning time, that means I'm available to the administration for this, that, whatever, and I don't have time to do that. And so I do need a planning time so that I have time, or even IEP individual counseling, because I may be working with something specific, not just anger management, but something specific. And I want to be able to use my resources to go through that without having to do it at home.
Right. Okay.
So that's why
Mhm.
we asked for that.
Okay. Okay.
So the answer for now on teacher on 1.5.1, you say you're gonna come back.
We'll come
it,
back
or-
to that depending on how we
Okay.
discuss the other language.
Okay.
Yep. All right, the next hold was 2.1.10. All right, so, I don't know if you had something different here, but we are, yes, on, the part that's talking about the emergency closure and no on the, exam week.
Oh, yeah. 'Cause that's your
Information.
language and
I
not
know,
ours, So
I know.
then I guess we can't agree to any of it.
Okay. All right, our next
But
hold.
Did we,
Oh,
let's,
sorry.
can we see, oh, that's already see it, never mind.
Did we already do it?
So that will.
Yeah, we did that one. All right, 2.2.2. Thank you. All right, so we have a counter. Every effort will be made to grant employee vacation requests whenever possible with 2 weeks' notice. If vacation is denied, the employee should be provided with an explanation for the denial as soon as possible, period, and delete vacation should normally be taken during non-student days.
And why not in writing?
No real reason, except that, if someone comes to you and talks to you and, you might
Okay.
verbally tell them right there.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let's just,
Like, don't want to put something extra on
Okay.
that leader when it's not necessary.
okay, so let me just review.
Yeah.
Every effort will be made to grant employee vacation. Requests whenever possible with 2 weeks' notice. So you would keep requests.
Mhm.
And then if vacation is denied, the employee shall be provided with
An explanation.
An explanation for the reason of denial as soon as possible.
Mhm, correct.
Got it. I'll have to talk to the team on it.
Okay, so. Got it. All right, next hold was 2.4.2. And this was about the committee for
Mhm.
discussing supplements. And we are in agreement for this. So we can TA this. Sure. It just doesn't have to be during student days. That's why we took that out. We struck that.
So
So it doesn't have to be on
It doesn't have
non-student
to be,
days.
yeah. And we can talk about it too, and then. See if we, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, cause I think. This is good to address, because it's been the big issue, like one of the big issues with this, and I think we're getting our proposal of striking that vacation shall normally be taken during non-student days,
Mhm.
and we wanted that part out,
Mhm.
so.
Yeah.
Okay,
And if there's issues with a specific leader or not allowed, like, we
Yep.
need to address that. Like, 'cause
Exactly.
that's what that sounds like a little bit to
Understood.
me. And then, yeah, okay.
Thank you. That bottom one.
Thank you. Thank you. I know, I'm telling you.
There we go.
I have the one printed copy now. I'm not using it. I'm using a computer.
Oh, you do have.
If you would print one. All right. All right, the next hold we have is 2.9.4. All right, I know that we had added the language about the additional hour. So we are in agreement, but we prefer that we just leave our current same language.
Okay,
Yeah, which would say in case of student service vacancies that must be covered by existing staff, staff providing coverage shall be entitled to extra pay at their current hourly rate, T payroll, period.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we.
Yeah.
Nope. Everything else is nothing. Okay.
All right, so 2.13.1. All right, so we spent quite a bit of time on this, and we reached out to Matt Romano, who oversees the choice process. So he is, we are not in agreement to put this in contract language, but what he is going to explore is the weight given to employees when they apply for choice. And it's important because it could create an OCR issue. That is all off the civil rights. Like, it's super important that his structure that gives weight to different things. It is, you know, a random process, but everybody gets different weight for different things. Whether it's, give me some, yeah, that would be awesome.
Okay,
Super
so
helpful.
what he explained was that high school is very different from elementary and middle school. So apparently in elementary school and middle school, the only criteria that exists is an application, and then it's a pure lottery system. Currently, employees already have a weight given to them if they apply for their kids. He said that he would be willing to look into exploring increasing that weight a bit. The problem is that in terms of the OCR issue is, otherwise, if he's not careful, it's going to create segregated schools, which is exactly what we're not allowed to create and what could create the OCR issue. So he explained that for high schools, it's a little bit different because there's like criteria for your magnet program or your IB program, things like that. And then of course, he explained that when a person calls with choice hardship or a principal calls, he does everything that he can to try to get that student into that school, especially if the parent works there. He said sometimes there are situations where there's 50 employees that want their kid all to go to school at that same place. If it goes over the Fish report, which is the allowance for the building, then obviously at some point he has to say no. But he said that he would be happy to explore increasing that piece, especially with regard to those elementary and those middle school spaces, because he's like, that's where the majority of, it's just an application process. But the issue of segregation, there was a bigger picture there that he was trying to explain to us as far as like OCR complaints, segregation by socioeconomic and by racial concern.
This might be the only case that I know that the Fish report is actually utilized in terms of the number of kids and the site. I just want to make that, put that on record.
Should I do that?
True story.
All right. All right, next we had page 16, number 3.1.5.
Yes.
All right, so we would like to counter with just the association will be provided with a record of the vote for any waiver, period.
Just strike everything else.
Yeah.
And no to 3.1 the new 3.1.6.
Correct. Thank you.
Huh? Did you consider making your email set? Oh, no, you already zoomed in. It's even check.
All right. All right, 3.2.4. All right. We are not in agreement with this and would propose that we leave the language as is. And then 3.2.5, same thing. And if schools should be using input forms from the teachers as far as making the EP. So if that's not happening, we'd like to help support that work.
That's 3.2.5.
Correct.
Okay. So let's just keep current language.
Yep.
Okay.
And then same thing with 3.3.1. We'd like to keep current language. We do understand that we agree that this needs to be looked at as a practice, like the whole conference day, conference night. But there's a bigger picture and it does look different at different levels. And to transition right now in this moment when people have already planned things, we just think it's not the right timing and we need to explore it a little bit further.
We agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can be creative, we think, around that,
think so,
but we're
too.
not quite there yet.
I think, and I
So
think,
planting a seed now.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think we
Yeah.
were close on it in that the intent was not to just say that like 5 hours,
Right.
but to try to just have that flexibility.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
all right, we already talked about that one. All right, so 3.4.4,
Mhm.
3.4.5, 3.4.6, and 3.4.7. Those right now would obviously, having the choice of your comp time and your hourly rate would incur a cost that we are not in a position to take at this time. Yeah, all right.
I'm just waiting, keep going.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, keep going. What number? 3.5.3. Yeah, this is,
Yeah.
even bigger.
Yeah, I think you
Yeah,
already said
yeah,
that.
we had already said that. So then jumping to 3.6.2.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, so we would like to propose faculty attendance at each school's annual open house, which occurs beyond the regular scheduled paid workday, is voluntary. I think this language was put in place when they used to always be after work hours, and a lot of them aren't after work hours now. Not all, but a lot of them are, even during pre-planning, like during the time.
Say
Alright.
that again. So
So we'd
faculty
like
attends
to-
at each school's annual open house.
Which occurs beyond the regularly scheduled paid workday is voluntary. However, the parties recognize the importance of this activity to the school community. Therefore, teachers who attend open house will be granted. Sorry. Therefore, teachers who attend open house beyond the regularly scheduled paid workday will be granted comp time for all hours spent at the event.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
Did you say which is beyond, or like, is it if it's beyond?
When it occurs?
When or if it's beyond, but it would only be voluntary if it's beyond your normal paid day or
Right,
your
so it's
regular
not
scheduled
requiring
paid day.
that principal must do it
No.
beyond the day.
No.
If it is
Oh,
beyond,
correct.
then you get. the
Correct.
beyond.
Correct.
So can we say, faculty attendance at each school's annual open house when
When such is-
occurring
when
beyond the
occurring.
workday?
That's fine.
Yep, I'll
Yeah,
mark it
okay.
in here. too.
Yeah, the whole concept is just, it's not voluntary if it's during your workday. So I know
When
that was
occurring-
never the intent. and I don't think anyone in this room thinks that, but, or does that, but.
So when occurring beyond the regularly scheduled paid workday is voluntary. However,
Blah, 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 but then also granted, will be, granted comp time for all hours spent at the event. When
And
it's
then
outside the
therefore teachers
workday.
who attend open house beyond the regular
Yes.
workday, the
Mhm.
regularly scheduled workday.
yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
But some schools choose to flex that day hours wise for teachers, just to be clear, so right, so that would be part of their regular day for that day,
Correct,
so they would no longer get 2 hours.
correct. And we struck the 2 hours, you would just get, if it's 3 hours, 4 hours, you get however much it goes, or 1
That
hour.
makes sense, 1 hour.
Right.
But it's really.
Correct.
2
Yeah,
hours,
whatever.
but 2 of which were on your workday.
Right,
Yeah.
correct. All right, 3.7.1.
And were
Is
we
that
good
where
with
we're-
3.6.3? Was
We
the,
should occur on regular assigned meeting dates. Oh, we didn't.
Yeah, we didn't have one.
Committee meetings should occur on regularly assigned meeting dates. Yes, we will read it.
okay. So we can TA.
3.6.3.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know that it really changes the, but yeah.
And then we'll TA all this addition.
Yeah.
That I scribbled on here.
Yeah.
all over the place.
Whoa.
I know, it's okay.
All right.
And then, gotcha, now you're ready to go to 3.7?
Yes. Okay, so this, we are proposing to keep the language as is, but I'm hearing that with the other language that this is something that's super important to you all. Explain our idea. It really limits principals being able to even have faculty meetings, because when you look at dismissal time, let's say at a K-8, dismissal might be at 2:20 by the time the buses are gone and people, dismissals happen, and then you actually have a PLC or a faculty meeting, whatever you're doing on that Tuesday, it's probably going to go beyond the 25 minutes if you're going to be able to have it. Same thing at the secondary level. After school, usually your workday is done, so you would have to do your faculty meeting, I guess, in the front end of the day. And the challenge with that is you also have to have student supervision. So the same administrators and employees that would be doing supervision can't be at the faculty meeting. So that's where we're having a hard time solving for that, is that in essence, it basically eliminates your ability to even have a faculty meeting.
Counterpoint.
Ready.
This language is a remnant from when we worked the 7-hour, 35-minute day. We recognize that. Why could we not have language that says that the faculty meeting takes place on that one Monday a month that is during early release? So that way all of those issues are gone and it still satisfies the need to, because the district maintains that we have salaried employees that still get an hourly rate, and we have employees that are working 40 hours and 25 minutes on the books every week. And we know that everybody's going way beyond that anyway. So we're just trying to solve for that.
Just because it hasn't been presented before. Yeah, so would that be in addition to the Monday where we already can have professional development?
No, I think we're just gonna move around the deck chairs. So if we are doing PLCs on Tuesdays, why would we not have our PLC or on those Mondays? Let's move, hypothetically, why don't we move the PLCs to those Tuesdays and have our faculty meeting that one Monday a month?
Can I speak to that? Please.
Yes.
So it's really hard to accomplish much in 25 minutes. And that's really just the truth. And my school is a school that votes for waivers, and I actually don't have faculty meetings, in fairness. I try to front load anything at a PLC to try to account for that so that we don't have to meet after school. But I think that when you start trying to make blanket decisions for schools who are opting to do certain things based on the schedules that those people in those schools have chosen, I think it's that's tough. And a K-8 school looks very different from my school, which I just learned downstairs. God bless America. I've learned a lot in the last couple of conversations.
I get it.
So I think that like my teachers do meet on Tuesday mornings sometimes, and they have like PLCs outside of me, and I make sure that when they document it, I mark them exemplary on their evaluations, because thank you for putting that extra time in. But I think that to pigeonhole people into one space, I'm like, when do you have time for steering then? Because that is really important. I appreciate my steering committee. They bring such amazing things, but we meet every Friday, the last Friday of the month, because that's what they want to do.
And
so I think
none of
that's
this
the
I'm
piece.
proposing stops any of that.
Okay.
Because remember, voluntary things we're always cool with that.
So you're
What I'm saying
proposing
is
that
just-
faculty meetings are on Mondays?
Well, if you're saying that you can't get a faculty meeting done in the time that's already prescribed on a Tuesday, my recommendation is just move it to that hour that you have once a month on a Monday.
He thinks you
And
make
then utilize, you got
Oh.
already in contract, you got 5 meetings a
Yeah,
month, right? You
yeah.
got 4 Tuesdays and 1 Monday.
Yeah.
I was asking you to say, the most amount of time you have in one block would be your Monday. If that's the most important meeting, your faculty meeting, it shouldn't be. If it is, then make that on Mondays, and then take the other things that you do and move those to Tuesdays. We've always offered you that latitude.
Sure.
So that's a solution to the problem that you're bringing, that's all.
Okay, yep, I hear you.
It's not always perfect though, even on a Monday, you still have people that are doing duties, administrators that are out with students, and
What,
it makes it a little challenge.
after the kids are released, what kind of duties are happening for those teachers
You
on
still have
Monday?
late buses.
You do,
still have
I forgot where you're thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like all of us, all of us,
I
do
know.
6, 7
And
double
then
rounds.
so in my case, I have like 7 to 8 late buses.
How is that not different on a Tuesday?
Users will be in the morning without.
I think
Oh,
the
well,
reality
and
is
and
every
honestly,
school does it different.
I'm sorry?
That's what I was
That's the
saying.
thing. Every school
does
does it different based on the needs of their school.
And I'm saying that you can meet those same needs without that extra 25 minutes. That's
Okay.
my challenge to you.
All right.
We
hear
and
it.
Frank,
I
to
do it
you, I
on a
would
Monday,
say,
I actually do it on a Monday, one Monday where I do that, but it is not 100% covered. It's usually like 75-80%, and then people start to like comment afterwards. So it's not like, not everybody's there. the full time.
All right. Well,
you
we
know how
want,
good the students do when the teacher gets through 75 to 80% of their curriculum?
Right,
They do-
no,
they do
I
well.
get it.
Yeah.
No,
Hey, I'm on this side of the table, so I
I
have
hear
to,
it.
and this is something that our members feel strongly about.
Okay.
I just want to be clear, and that, you guys do too. So I just think that there's a way to make all of this work with 25 less minutes.
All right.
That's what I believe.
we hear you
Can I
and
see-
we will just.
Can I ask
Yeah,
you a
of
question?
course.
And don't attack me,
I will.
I want to make sure I hear you, but, so that time was front loaded when it went from 7.5 to 8 or whatever, right?
Uh-huh.
Would people be happy with an administrator, and I'm asking because I don't know,
Yeah,
would they be happy with an administrator holding the 25-minute meeting within the time that they're already there and being paid?
that's what we're saying.
Oh, that's what they're asking,
That's what they
okay,
want.
okay.
Yeah.
But
You're asking for an additional day.
no,
for me.
no, 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 no,
Okay.
no. I just want to make sure I understand. And
Yeah.
then you're not necessarily saying that no other meetings can happen. You're just saying that those faculty meetings that should happen on the, whatever, that 25 minutes
Mhm.
after school,
Mhm.
that they be put to a time when teachers are already being paid and present.
That's exactly right.
Okay, I just want to make sure I hear
Yeah.
you before we go back.
And
Okay.
we on this side of the table have always given the district and administrators latitude to customize those meetings and what you want to do.
Okay.
When people say, hey, do I need to do a PLC? Well, during these prescribed time, you absolutely do. So if a PLC is the thing that you think is super important, then for a faculty meeting or committee meetings, we've always allowed for that. Yeah.
That makes sense.
All
I'm
right.
just making sure I understood you right.
So 3.71 and 3.7.2. Yes, let's hold on that.
Yeah.
3.7.10. All right, we are not in agreement to add this. We feel like PLC meetings should be meaningful for everyone. And that if they're not being meaningful, and if they're, well, that's all right. If they are not being meaningful because they are not in your subject area, then that's something you need to discuss with your administration, because there has to be something meaningful that can be done at that time.
You know, we talked about like, where I'm at, we don't do content specific PLCs, we do strategy shares so that we can talk about the impact that that strategy has for best practice on some other things. So it doesn't matter what content you're in, you don't have to understand that. It's about, did what you chose, what you planned, the strategy that you implemented, did it provide the impact on students that you were hoping for, and how do you know? So that's the conversation that we have at our school. I can't tell you what other schools have. But, so it doesn't, I think it doesn't, it depends again, where you're at and what you're doing and like the challenge.
So
Right.
we'll just record this piece, and when we have that, we'll be able to say, hey, look, this is what a PLC should do.
Correct.
Is what you're saying outside of my special, like a special area teacher, is that outside of their?
No, so they would come to the same
classification?
PLCs with everyone else, but they're bringing their own lesson to the table. And they're choosing what strategy they're actually bringing, they're doing that with the people that are at their space.
But is that outside of their subject area? Like, is that, would you consider that outside of their subject?
I
area?
kind of would.
Because I'm sitting as a music teacher getting forced to go to a math
Oh.
PLC.
Well, but that's
right?
something
Or
that
just
needs to be
looking
looked
something
at,
like that. I
yeah.
get what you're saying, 'cause a lot of
Yeah,
people
so
are
my
looking at it.
music
It's not
teacher,
necessarily
my
outside
art
of their
teachers,
subject.
they go together and then they do what makes sense for their
Right.
content area. They're presenting their own content
Yeah,
area.
that's exactly
So
what,
that principle is like-
that's what I was saying earlier, in my experience, like, we as special teachers did that, like, we were able to go do that, like, and we actually got the autonomy to kind of choose, like, we let our administrator know, but yeah, that's the issue. When I first started, I was not
understand where you're
happy.
coming
I was
from,
stuck
yeah.
in the math or the, whatever, the science that
Yeah.
was like, and I love that stuff. And I incorporated some of that into, but yeah, when you're looking at data, that's like, what do I do? So, but now we've got
Yeah.
this on the record.
It should be meaningful.
It should be.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's where this language came from.
Yes.
Because clearly that's what our subcommittees are reporting is not.
I keep really hoping I'm gonna get to something where we say yes. Okay, so 3.15.2. Yeah. This, we cannot agree to this, because, and here's the reason, I mean, it's ever moving, and I think anyone who works maybe in guidance or in enrollments or can share that, like, you have sometimes students that come and you cannot deny a student, obviously, of free and public, you know, free and appropriate public education. So, now we understand what the prerequisite piece, like probably what the root, driving force was behind it, but this would expand beyond that. And I think if you have, as a teacher, have students that do not meet the prerequisites for a course, then we need to have that conversation with the administration. Like, that's a different conversation than saying that you have to have 5 days notice to put a kid in a class. And there may be reasons, you know, I mean, obviously there are times when it might not be that you need the prerequisite for that in order to be successful in this course. So, yep, so we do not feel that that would be good language to add there.
Well, maybe not it. Gotta come up with some creative solutions.
All right, all right.
Mhm.
2.2. I have 3.1.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yep.
That's what I meant, 2.20.
Yep,
Yep, yep.
Slow.
Yeah. All right. Yep. So this here, we had a lot of clarifying questions, like pre-K and peeps. Same thing?
No,
No? Which one?
PEEPS is IEP, pre-K can be VPK, and they do not have to have an IEP.
Okay. All right.
We can have a VPK PEEPS blended class, have IEPs, have parts of the whole years. But are there any pre-Ks that are not VPKs? My pre-K is not VPK, I'm PEEPS, but I'm pre-K, but I'm PEEPS. And Head Start.
As well, too.
Okay, because of the Head Start.
It's Head
Okay.
Start.
All right.
No IEP. They can have speech, but not academic goals or pre-readiness goals.
Okay. We had some confusion on this. So we, obviously the kindergarten aid, pre-K, VPK, peeps, Head Start, like there was a lot of confusion there. Obviously it depends on what you have currently at that school site. So, as well as what the plan is when someone's out and what is assigned, which aids are assigned or not assigned. So, we are gonna propose that we leave the contract language the same for both this and for 3.20.5. Boy, big blue page. Tell me what number. All right, so 3.27. Yeah, 3.27.1, 3.28.1. Those have financial impacts that we are not in a position to agree to at this time. 20, oh, did I skip one?
We did?
Guys?
What did we?
Why not just that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
They already said no.
Yeah, no.
They said no to that.
I said no to
Actually, I
about.
I have a hold on it.
Oh, you had a hold?
We said we were gonna talk about it.
All right, we'll talk.
Come back. and-
Yeah, no, that has financial implications, so
So it's a no on
it's
that
a no
one.
on that.
On the mileage.
I already have it, no.
I
read
did,
your
I
mind.
did too.
Gotten used to you guys saying no.
We must have done like, yeah, all right.
We were all thinking.
All right, so classroom sanctity.
Yep.
So we looked at 4.3.13. And we feel like that language should be the language in 3.29.1. We're a little bit, so what was it in the current language? Because obviously anytime we're changing language, there's a purpose behind it. The current language in 4.3.13, we thought covered and hit all the points. So what is it that's not being hit there? That is why we're
So
looking to change.
that language is encompassed in there, but there's a lot of additions here around that. So beyond just the visitors, scheduling with parents that wish to visit, making arrangements, district board employees, scheduling in advance, that's definitely there.
Right.
So we did want to keep that,
Okay.
but there's, I mean, I think the way that this was actually written is pretty clear, that, you know, these disruptions of making announcements, over the speaker, rather than doing kind of the blanket all call that, you know, attendance is due when you're the teacher that I already did my attendance, why am I getting the the disruption, picture days, those sorts of things. If it's really, I know in my experience, if there was, hey, RTI work was done and there was maybe one team that was struggling with it, and now we're all part of this, like, and then of course, I'd be the teacher that's thinking, I mess up, when it really was,
Right.
it's, those are the ones that should be,
Okay.
those maybe 2 teachers should be,
Right.
worked with. So
Okay.
it is that, so we definitely want to keep that, but I mean, just the plain reading of it itself, I mean, it's announcements that involve an individual shall be placed in teacher's mailbox or presented before the instruction period begins. I mean, these are all additions.
Okay.
I think you were just talking about this first.
I
one,
was
though.
only looking at 3.29.1 right now. So in 3.29.1,
Okay,
it talks about parents have to obtain permission, make arrangements, screening and visitors, all those things. District level board employees shall notify. So besides the last sentence, is there anything new in 3.29.1 that
yeah,
isn't the
well, I mean,
same?
when we were trying to describe emergencies, but you guys have said no to that. So I
Right.
think, this kind of these walkthroughs, I mean, I know at my school, my administrator was very good about making sure that there weren't just kind of these, oh, someone's trying to come through your classroom
Right.
just to check on someone or whatever. I mean,
Right.
it was the scheduled thing that student needed as far as their services,
Right.
but,
Okay. Yeah, so the concern we have, yes, a well-run school should not be making those announcements and interruptions all the time. But at the same time, principals have to be able to, if they are having a test and for whatever reason, a large group did not show up, like if they have to do it, they have to do it. Like they need to use their professional judgment on, principals don't want to disrupt, I would hope, classroom instruction, because that obviously interrupts instructional momentum. So we understand for these situations that are happening, but is this happening everywhere? And by putting this language in, it limits those who are doing the right thing from doing some things that maybe on a given day they need to do.
yeah, and as I've said from the beginning too, like none of this just came from like one person. I mean, this was
Yeah.
a lot of subcommittee work that came
Sure.
up even before I was here. So
Okay.
I wouldn't say that anything we put forth here is just a one-off. It's something that we've collected information on and brought it as a meaningful proposal.
Okay.
But I think, I hear what you're saying, that 3.29.1 is encompassing already the 4.3.13.
Right.
So.
Okay. And then, and that's why we felt that this section here really
Just that
should either,
particular one? What about 3.29.2 and the, those
yeah, no, we,
intercom announcements, cutting
Mhm.
down on that?
The conversation that we had about
29.
3.27.1, which I think is not correct, but the one
Yeah.
after that.
The timing
Um,
was, the lettering got off.
Yes, I think what we were talking about is oftentimes we do put passes like in teachers' boxes before the day, but if
Mhm.
something comes up in the middle of the day, teachers don't check their boxes in between periods.
Mhm.
And so that becomes at least in high school, right? That becomes the
Mhm.
challenge,
Mhm.
is that we absolutely believe that an individual student should not be like, especially over the intercom or something, unless there's like an emergency. But it's hard sometimes. I mean, we have TAs oftentimes, or we can get TAs to go, and that's sometimes is an interruption too. They can go in and do stuff like that, but if I put the notice in the teacher's box and I need that kid for next period for some reason, or there's like a student services and they need IEP counseling, it could be problematic to get that kid. And that was one of the conversations that we'd had for 3.27.1.
Yeah.
We-
Yeah.
So the individual phone call to a classroom to get that said kid in lieu of the entire school being disrupted?
Oh, no,
Like, is that,
that's what we said. We said that that's
Okay.
fine, but, and we know that's still probably an
Yeah, that's an
interruption on some
intercom, yeah.
level. We agree.
for that one class?
right,
Correct.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's where I think we were saying like, that's happening. It's like whole schools, they're making announcements for one kid.
You're at virtual. I was like, you're virtual.
That is a definite issue.
I know if you have that issue of virtual. Like, but no, I mean,
No, we agree to call in and like.
we get,
passes and
we
stuff,
just,
yeah.
there has to be also some professional judgment on the part of the leaders at the school. And when that's not happening, I think we need to address those situations.
So no, again.
What's your next number?
I'm feeling it.
All right, 4.3.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry, this, I received a note that mileage is currently in policy, at a board approved rate. So I think that is something that we would have to explore in that avenue. Okay. Thank you for that.
6550.
Okay, good.
6550.
That's what it should be.
4.3.2. Wait, is that right?
We already TA'd that.
We did that. 4.3.4.
Yep.
Gotcha. All right, we have, a counter to your counter. So a teacher may send a student to. All right,
Yeah.
yep. A teacher may send a student to the office with administrative or administrative designee escort to maintain effective discipline in the classroom. Period. We just want to make sure that child's not just sent in the hallway and then they float all over the school and do all those things. So you need a student removed, pick up the intercom. Oh, see, we love those intercoms, but pick up, pick up that, you know,
Don't we have
buzzer
a
to the
clicker
office.
now?
Yeah,
What about the?
Yeah.
that to remove. I've never pushed this. I'm hoping I never have to.
That's really only for like a real, like if you hit it 3 times or like there's a fight going down in your classroom.
Understood, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you call and you say, hey, I got a kid who's a knucklehead in here, and you need to come get him, like.
Yeah. So that is what we're countering. Instead of just by notifying the office prior to sending the student, we just don't want a student sent out, especially if they're in, if they're disrupting, sometimes they're heightened. So we would like an administrator to be called to come get the student to then escort them down to the office. All right, we are going down to, did we know that? 4.3.13.
4.3.10.
Hey, this is a good.
We got a good one.
4.3.10.
I missed 10.
You have a chance to say no.
Yeah, that one, I thought we said no to that already. Okay.
Did we?
Yeah.
We did.
Okay.
Yeah.
You proposed to leave? Okay, that's what we said.
On
Yep.
4.3.10.
Yep, 4.3.10, we're leaving as is. Then 4.3.13, we will TA that.
Oh. Yay.
See? And then 4.3.14, we will TA. 4.3.15, we are not in agreement for this. Obviously, students, sometimes it, like, especially with transfer students, sometimes you receive a student and we're still waiting on their IEP and things from different places. So again, that's just, we can't refuse a student to be in the room and into the classroom. And 4.3.16, I know that this happens in some places, but not all self-contained ESC rooms, so this would be, we can't agree to that. All right, and then 4.3.17. That was same, nope, can't do that right now. However, when you were talking about the dangerous equipment and those things, if a student has not fulfilled the prerequisites, then I would expect that a teacher would not let the student on that equipment, and they would contact to, you know, they need to talk to their administration if the student has been misplaced. All right, then.
Oh, it's 5.1.3.
Hold on. Oh, sorry.
It doesn't just have to do with the skill of the student or the training, it's the number of students versus the teacher. Because in my case, I have 30 people out there, I can't see them all. And for the few minutes I'm helping one student or doing some one-on-one, the rest of them for that brief moment in time, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, I know what they're supposed to be doing,
Right,
but if they're doing something improperly,
right.
they can get hurt. So, and that's what that's about for
Yeah.
me, or,
Mhm.
you know, for all my people really.
Yeah.
So it's all
Yeah.
the same.
Right.
Yeah, that was why that number of
same
students
situation.
Mhm.
equal to the number of booths or stations, yeah.
Well, and obviously we have some that are at computers. We have something like this would overreach other different things as well. And I have seen classrooms where they had to have, you know, 2 students on one computer and when they are large classes. It's not best. We all know that. So I think we need to address those as they come. But no more than 20 or the number of student stations, you know, we have to address that at your site if that's something specific happening at your site.
Okay.
That was 4.3.12 we TA'd,
Okay.
and then 4.3.13.
Yeah, and then I keep current language down there in the 4 point, yeah, the one at the bottom.
This one. Yes, okay, so we'll keep current there. Got it. Okay, I guess I don't have TA that one. Got
I'm
it.
gonna see if I can send a note to turn the air conditioner on.
I know, all of a sudden got warm too.
Yeah, okay, I was like.
Yeah. Yeah, see if I had. No, that was good. Oh, Kim has her own fan.
Oh, yeah.
I got one of those. I didn't bring it.
All right, so I'm on 5.1.3.
Yes.
Okay, so for lack of a better way of saying this, I'm not sure. Like, we don't want to commit that it can be done when we're not sure.
Yeah.
We are committed to exploring it with IT. Right now, I know we've been working through these issues with, you do have a few people on your staff that are district employees that do have access to the SharePoints and those things. Because they're, you know, obviously Rob, Val, and Johnny do, because they are district employees, so they can get on the SharePoint. But is it that you are wanting a CTA email address?
We already have
We
that.
already have that. So I think we're just trying to keep up with, you know, we had the conference on ideas, we have an HCPS email, so we're just trying to update the language.
Can I ask you a question? Because we got Greg Hart's phone number. Do you want to have access to be able to create a team for CTA? Or are you trying to get access to create like a staff hub type page?
They don't want any of
Yeah,
that.
they
They want access to be able to get the documents and.
It's all about the
that are in
SharePoint, right?
It's all about the
stuff.
SharePoint.
In the SharePoint.
Yeah.
Unless somebody
It's like
downloads it to their
access to that.
computer and then sends us that file, we
Correct.
can't see it.
As I have.
So
to do.
99 times out of 100, we
Yes.
can't see things. So
Okay.
the answer to this is really a fictional Lawson number for us at HCTA. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You can't see it when you go in your,
As the
as your
HCPS
HCPS email?
I can, and Johnny can, and Val can, but we're looking for, we have,
For the
we have a lot of staff here that want to have access to that
Oh.
information.
Yeah.
Got
We're
it.
not doing anything with it
They're
other
gonna have to have
than
special
It's usually-
reading that which is out for employees.
Yeah.
We just want
Okay.
You can't.
similar issue.
HCPS, so
You should get a
can
Lawson
access
number
it.
as well. 1,
So
2, 3,
Jeff's on
4,
our
5,
side on
6.
this
That might be.
We will explore it.
Yeah.
Like, it's
So I
not that
think-
we don't want to, it's just that we
Yeah.
can't make a promise of something that I don't know if it's gonna happen.
Right, and I think, you know, again, we've moved from ideas, that conference, we do have the HCPS email, so we don't want to completely strike all that because
Okay,
we want to make sure we maintain that.
Okay.
We do utilize that.
Okay.
a lot. Yes, go ahead, Sherry.
They go to the full share document with
Yeah, then you can get it. Yeah. And that's the real difference when you're in Outlook and people just don't think
Right.
necessarily to do it, because when you click down to share, it says as an attachment or in the OneDrive, and it's like, no, just do it as an attachment. Cause then you have the permissions, okay.
So
That might
maybe,
be a good workaround suggestion of reminding folks.
and maybe in a way to like, since we have access to the communication platform as far as the email, maybe in the parentheses, it is currently an hcps.net email, just for the purposes of right now. Because
Yeah.
we don't wanna, we just don't wanna get into a situation where it's like, oh, well, now you can't have that email anymore.
Right.
Because
Okay.
That's,
Yeah, no,
so.
Understood.
Maybe then the district shall provide CTA with access to the communication platform, and we'll just say currently hcps.net email. Okay.
And you have that right now, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
I think what it is, I was sharing with Danielle, is that, you know, they now have firewalls.
Yep.
That have allowed where people can't just get in, and so to open it back up would mean you have to have authentication. So everyone has to have that, and it's just a nightmare. So it's probably easier to not have to go through that, because it's quite a challenge, and, you know, to be safe.
We understand.
Yeah.
No malice on either side. We're just trying to make it better for
Yeah.
everyone.
Okay,
So I think
so we continue the
if
rest.
we're saying if here we're describing that the access to the communication platform is currently the hcps.net email,
Yep,
that access to the platform is specifically designed for, that's what
Correct.
we're doing, we're
and no
communicating,
political thing. Yep,
our-
that's good.
and then not the political stuff.
Agreed. Yep, we can do
So,
that.
So it's you.
yes.
I got you. I'm on my game now.
And we'll try to change that practice in the meantime of attached as an attachment, not a link.
Feels so much better in here now.
That made a big difference.
Oh,
just that
I just
tool.
PA'd this twice.
That's okay.
I
We
really,
do
really
extra,
PA'd that
extra,
one.
Agreed.
All right. 9.2.2.
Yep.
All right, so we understand why you were asking for this, and we are in agreement to add this.
Okay, thank you. It's already what we're doing, it was just.
Yeah, but
Trying
if
to-
someone is putting a meeting on after you just scheduled a
No, no.
meeting.
Well, and that's why it's like, you gotta schedule it and then don't schedule on the one we just agreed to. That's what
Yeah.
we were going after,
Yeah, understood.
both ends.
All right. Okay, 9.7.1. Okay, so we have proposed that we add, we think, I know we have this transition right now with edu, what are we calling it instead?
Auto
pay.
Auto pay, thank you, with auto pay. But I do think it's important that we're able to communicate who are members and who aren't. And I think we can come up with some way to do that with human resources. So we would like to propose that the association will provide a monthly list of association members to human resources. The board shall notify the association when an association member's name has been submitted to the EPC for investigation and potential disciplinary action against the employee's certificate. Did I say that right? Yeah, it's actually not called EPC anymore, it's PPS, it's Professional Practices Services. I think that used to be called EPC. Yeah,
Okay. And this is in the document shared, right? The
Yeah.
language.
So that new one probably won't be there, because I think I just attached it so you can
Okay.
open it, so
All right,
Yeah.
so.
I can send this to you again if you want.
Yeah, because I didn't write all that down.
yeah, that's fine.
I can already tell you my inclination on it, but
Okay,
we'll let's talk. before we say it.
Yeah. Are we supposed to, you're okay with us getting a lift, all right? Okay, the
We'll
numbers
talk
are?
about it.
Okay, all right. All right, cool. All right, did that.
9.9.1.
I think we already TA'd that one.
We
already
already
did.
did that.
Yeah.
We're gonna, if they gave a counter on 9.7.1, we're gonna talk about it.
Mhm.
And then we already TA'd 9.9.1.
The next one I have, tell me if I'm, is 11.7.2?
Yes.
Okay. Let me get there. All right, so we understand, you understood where we were coming from. We understand what you're putting in place. So we're just proposing we leave it as it is.
Okay.
Because we just don't know, like, the whole 10 minutes of travel time.
11.7.2.
Like, are we gonna put it in Waze and then try to figure out what time of day was that traffic versus this traffic? We'll just leave it as it is.
Okay, agreed. 11.7.2.
All right, okay, 12.3.7. Yes. So we looked back and we were trying to do tried to look at the history of why this was changed. It was changed in board policy in 2015. So we are not comfortable changing it in contract unless it's changed in board policy. So I don't know if there was no board policy before that, but obviously something initiated that board policy in 2015. And we do have a board, they do it twice a year now. So we are going to bring it up as a proposal to look at for board policy for the spring.
So no now.
No now, but
Okay, so you guys don't know exactly why. And I don't recall either. I know I've donated to some individuals in the past. I don't know.
I was able to share that I remember when I was able to, and then when I wasn't.
Right, right.
And, you know, I have two specific employees that were both cancer situations, and I remember I was able to donate. Then that board policy must have happened, and then I wasn't anymore.
Right.
But I don't know what happened in 2015 that initiated that board policy.
Because, you know, from our side, it would seem to be an easy win for both sides, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so.
No
Right.
one, no one, no
Yeah.
one on our side of the table is against it in concept.
Okay.
It's all about the fact that we don't want to agree to something that's against board policy.
Understood.
So that's
But you
all that
could.
was. Yeah, but
Let's agree that this supersedes it.
not how we roll though.
I put the policy numbers in there too, just so that you can see the line.
We need to add that.
Yes.
Correct. Okay, I'll put that too.
Okay.
All
We'll
right,
just start leafleting the.
okay. All right, 12.25.1.
Yep.
So for funeral leave, this would incur a cost. So we are not in agreement for 12.25.1 at this time.
Okay.
Then is it 17.1.26? I think you're no to that. Then I think 17.1.2 is the next. Right?
17.1.2.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
12.26, that was already,
We already did
that was already a no.
Which
That was-
number are we on again?
That was a no.
17.1.2.
12.26.1.
Page 68.
You'll have a new one.
Yeah, I said every time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we,
We're on 17.1.2?
Yes.
yes,
Okay.
so we want to be able to find some way to do better when people are onboarding and processing with this, because we don't want, obviously, people should not be wondering what they're going to be making when they're being hired, like, so I just need to know what the capacity is as far as what we can do within that space. So we're not agreeing to the contract language, but we are agreeing to explore the fact and agreeing that we do feel like that's important. Employees need to know what they will be making. We might not be able to confirm what they will be making with their experience credit, but we can tell them, you know, I think we need to do a better job of providing the information right there at onboarding. And we're even looking at whether we can do that electronically with their offer forms and those things. Okay.
17.1.2.
Yeah, so that is something that we've written that we will explore, and I will circle back during our weekly labor management meetings with that. Okay, so 17.3, that whole section, we have a few that we'd like to leave. We have a few that we'd like to counter. So 17.3.3, we are proposing that we leave that as is. That is very specific to people that worked in colleges, as well as, and I don't know what happened July 1st, 1981. I'm guessing it's kind of when we changed things like we did with the ESP, that they didn't want to have to go back to people before. So this must be old language. So, but I do think it's important that when we look at our non-degreed employees, that we do have, right now, they are allowed up to 7 years of credit. Now, when we went down to 17.3.6, social workers, we are proposing that school social workers shall be granted experience credit for all full years of social work experience involving children in a K-12 setting. So that we're proposing that. Then. We're already doing it. Okay. 17.3.7. All right. So we currently, if you are a rehired retiree, you are eligible for a maximum of 7 years of experience credit. We are proposing that we will, we'd like to change that to the effective teaching experience up to a maximum of 15 years of experience credit upon hire/rehire. That is for the part in red.
Okay, so it would just be 15 instead of 7.
Yeah. And then the part in blue, that is for the investment plan. We would strike that, well, that was added. We would not want to agree to that. We'd want them to also be the same. So by striking that, they would be considered retirees because they are by the state, and therefore they would also be eligible for the 15 years. And we would go back to look at we do have a status code in our system for rehired retirees, so we can pull who those are, and we will rework all of those. However, it will only be effective starting the 23-24 school year.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So if we look back at someone that was hired 2 years ago, we will place them correctly now based on their experience, but they're not receiving back pay for that. It would be starting with the 23-24 school year.
Okay. Are you proposing that the language has any of that, or it would just, the language would stay as is up to a maximum of 15 years and everything else stays the same?
Correct.
Okay, understood.
And I think that would be a good, like, effective, let's put in the first line so that there's no confusion about the back pay, effective July 1st.
Where would you put this?
At the very beginning.
So right before all Florida retirement system?
Yeah.
So effective July 1.
Effective July 1, 2023, all Florida retirement system and out-of-state public school system retirees, newly hired or rehired after retirement, will be eligible for all verifiable public, private, and charter school years of effective experience, up to a maximum of 15 years of experience credit upon hire/rehire.
Wait, did you say now? Yeah. She said they would just be placed on this, they would just be placed on the right thing, but no back pay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not going back.
It's on the right level.
No back pay as in years past back pay, but effective July 1 retro, if they do move, there's.
They can prove it, audibilize it. Yeah, that's exactly right.
I think you still have the room.
Yeah. I'm probably on the
Mars,
line.
yeah, yeah.
Clarify something, you had this impact on the social work piece, you said the K-12 setting. Would that include people coming from other places where they're contracted because the districts don't hire them outright and go to a contract service?
No, we've done this and we've been doing it in a K-12 setting. So they do it, they're a social worker for a school.
That's what we have now.
That more than half a year, one day, more than ever.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. We got those?
We'll talk and come back.
All right.
And I'll forward all this to you again. I like adjusted it.
All right. 17.6.2. I know the last few years right now it's been 35 this past year. This would be a financial impact to change it from 27. So for this year, we are not able to agree to that. However, we will be talking about what we will be proposing for this year only, but that has not been discussed yet. That has to be budgeted, what we will be doing just for the 23-24 summer, whatever that's.
So if we kept it at 27,
Mhm.
is it acceptable to then keep or a higher amount based on?
Correct, yeah,
Like, so-
27.
So could we keep all the other language there, the salary for summer staffing?
I see what you're saying.
Of 27 per hour or amount higher based on grant funding mutually agreed to.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that we
So
can
we
do.
would just keep it at 27.
Correct.
So we could keep and then TA.
I'm gonna say TA. Yeah.
How about the new compensation article? What I missed there?
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Go ahead.
Back to the school social worker thing, K-12, is that gonna include some secondary? We have social work.
Maybe
It
any.
was strictly K-12. She's involved.
She's working for a school district. Yeah, we would,
She's
she's working for a K-12 school district. So yeah, how would,
We say in a K-12 setting.
she already works for us.
Well,
But yeah.
Right, but that's
Yeah,
a good
that's an
example. I'm glad you
example.
brought that up.
Backslash in a K-12 setting, backslash.
Or
Florida
Florida
School
School District
Florida School
and
District.
or Florida
Does it gotta
School
be for
District.
Florida School District? Can it
Say it
be
again.
any? Can it be any school district or only Florida?
Any school district. Yeah, we take out a state experience.
So in a K-12 setting or school district? So I'm just trying to,
Say it again.
the 17.3.6, school social workers shall be granted experience credit for all full years of social work experience involving children in a K-12 setting or school district.
Yep, that'll work. That,
What number was that? And I'll go back.
17.3.6.
okay, got it.
I think we're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, so I think we can TA. We'll probably, I don't know, maybe we should just talk about it before we talk about other stuff.
Okay.
Just wanna make sure everyone's clear. Okay. All right, next.
Okay.
Supplement.
19.1.
Yeah, I mean, we put in the language for the supplement committee,
Okay.
which I think, these are just, and these may be just positions that the team is in their circle, right? Because IB coordinator leads then to lead teacher, leads then to collegiate academy coordinator, like there's a lot of other things. So we are not in agreement to add these group 1 supplements, but I think this does need to be discussed in committee when we do the supplement committee that we put in the contract language and already TA'd.
Okay. But we're good with all the his and her and they in there.
That, yes, and then this post-secondary one, this
You are gonna change dancerette to color guard. Is that what you're gonna do there?
dancerette, oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, do you see the
Color
dancerette
guard
one?
slash dance.
Dancer.
Yeah.
So
mhm.
we can TA that.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, because that's not incurring a cost because we already do that. So that's really another piece that we're looking at, that we do think the supplements need to be looked at holistically, but right now to incur a cost is a challenge.
Okay. And then B with the post-secondary department head.
You guys were gonna look at which one, like,
Yeah, we didn't.
Okay.
We spent a long
yeah,
time on the
I mean,
planning.
if you leave it as it currently is,
Yeah.
then that position has the group 1 protection that it has
Yep.
to be documented to be removed. However, if it is removed, then you would go to the pool and would not keep your position at that. So it's, if you want it to be a group 2, where if you gave it up, you would retain your position at that site, that's fine. It's just which one. And there's pros and cons to
Okay.
both.
Okay, we'll talk about that.
All right.
19.1.3.
Yeah, and then again, 19.1.3, this would, we would want all of these to be discussed with the supplement committee. Because we don't feel that we can incur additional supplements at this point.
Okay, so
But keep all of this so that that can be our jumping off point for when we have our first committee meeting.
so we'll just keep that current,
Just keep the current language correct.
and then we have the TA on the bottom. Okay.
All right. 21.4.4.
No, I think we just,
Or do we, oh, that's right, we proposed to,
you proposed a
Strike
strike
that.
and then we were concerned because it's
oh yeah.
we were gonna keep it because it's just not funded, but it's in the statute.
So that was what the suggestion was, is just adding to the front of that, maybe if funded, a teacher or other, like if funded, comma,
Okay.
so that it stays in there, but
Put something.
the recognition is that apparently it's not typically funded, I don't know.
Okay, if funded, so. Let's see what that-
Yeah.
Thank you.
So 21.4.4 will add if funded,
Mm-hmm.
and then everything else will keep the.
And same thing with 21.4.5. That was the same idea.
Yeah, I think I don't know why the numbering got messed up there. I think it was actually all together as one.
Oh, got it.
Like
Okay.
it's 24.4,
And then it's based-
21.4.4, 21.4.5 national board teachers, and it included that for some reason.
Okay.
I don't know.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But
Got it.
see that one over, added over there on the side.
That going to the appendix.
Do we want to just like, since I circled it and said to appendix, do we want to TA that?
We can do that.
Okay. I don't know. Yeah, whichever.
Then the new, on page 79,
Mhm.
21.4.7,
Yeah, it's like,
the other 21.4.7.
it has to do with the Renaissance.
Right.
Yep.
So did we say we were gonna remove this?
Your proposal was a strike it all. We
Mhm.
countered with for the 23-24 school year.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right. at the
Highly
beginning.
yeah, it's like right down at the
Yep.
bottom, and then just leaving everything just to kind of delineate that it's still remaining for this 23-24 school year.
Okay, so just so you know, this 21.4.8, that's where you wanted to do that only for the 23.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So yes, we wanted to put only for the 23-24 school year, highly qualified. So there's no confusion.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then it's so the 21.4.7, that's a no. That was the bonus.
Correct.
But the 21.4.8, where we put for the 23-24 school year, they would put only for the 24, and then all the rest of the remaining language remains.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, the 21.4.7 and 21.4.8, I still think we should strike that because that's not even currently happening for this year. Yeah, that's the peers and
Which one?
mentors, 21.4.7
Okay.
and 21.4.8.
Yeah, 21.4.8, we were gonna agree that. The not happening on the, I wrote here on 21.4.7, it's on page 79.
Mhm.
The national board certified teachers who teach in a Renaissance school shall receive an additional salary differential of 4,500, subject to negotiations
Mhm.
between the school district of Hillsborough County and the Hillsborough County Classroom Teachers Association. A peer or mentor who returns to a Renaissance school immediately following their service as a peer mentor will be eligible for an additional one-time differential payment of 2,500.
Right. And I think the subject to negotiations, like this is not something that's in practice and nothing that we've agreed upon.
When's the last time that it had been done?
Hasn't been done in my 3 years.
Time ago.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
just been in there and I don't think we, and it, I guess because it says subject to negotiations and then pay for performance was a state,
Yeah.
initiative and that's been gone. So.
Okay. Let me just triple
Okay.
check on the 21.4.7. We'll agree to do the 21.4.8.
Right.
I don't think anyone loved that, so.
So we have two 21 points, so the one that struck out already, we're not talking about, we're talking about the blue.
We're talking about the one on
21.4.8.
page 79.
Yeah, the numbers got kind of jacked up.
Okay, so what about the ones on 78?
On 78, the 21.4.6, where it talks about certificated instructional employees who hold an advanced degree within their area of certification will receive an advanced degree supplement for the highest such degree as follows: master's 1,000, specialist 2,000, doctorate 3,000. We've TA'd that to go into the appendix C, so okay. 21.4.7, that's a no. And then on the 21.4.8, which would have been the 21.4.6 old, we're adding only for the 23-24 school year. And the reason those numbers got stricken was because the other numbers got updated, so they're still proposing on the 21.4.7 on page 79, striking the national board, but I just want to talk about it briefly before I TA it, but we did TA striking the performance pay. So we TA'd that. Got it? Okay.
Okay, all right, so then, the remaining language, which is part of suspension, dismissal, and the grievance process, we've already TA'd everything that we are wanting to TA it. Everything else, we would want to leave as is,
Okay, so 23,
because we TA'd quite a bit of it, or most of it, a lot of theirs, grievance.
I don't have TAs on 23, so.
Oh, sorry, oh, we didn't do the they.
23.1
This last piece right here.
Oh, okay. So suspension,
without pay.
yeah, no, it changes the intent of some, so we would want to leave 23.1 as suspension.
Okay.
And then 23.2, suspension prior to dismissal proceedings. And the only thing that we would want to TA on this page is the they, their, they are, them. There we go.
So what would it be changing, so I can understand?
It would not, the part here, suspension, just straight suspension for 23.1.1, we would not be putting in the any Hillsborough County employee who's recommended to be suspended without pay may choose to use accrued time. And then we would be taking out in 23.2, the with pay, because this is suspension prior to dismissal proceedings. And this is maybe immediately suspended from duty by the superintendent according to the following procedure. So we would want to leave that as is.
But I guess my question is, how are the proposals that we made changing that? Are they not without pay? Is it like when there's a suspension prior to dismissal, that's a like double whammy, you're being suspended without pay and then terminated? Because I would think suspension without pay is a form of discipline.
Right, but you wanted to put in without pay, correct?
On the first one,
right.
Suspension without pay. So when that happens, we weren't trying to say that you can't do it. It was just in the case of a suspension without pay. And then my understanding is this was happening, a Hillsborough County employee who is recommended for suspended without pay, when that happens, may choose to use.
So when we go to board action with suspension without pay, you can't use your accrued time.
Okay.
When we're doing a disciplinary suspension, we have that conversation based on their accrued time. That's different than taking somebody with board action, which is what suspension without pay is. So that's where I think we're have a little bit of a disconnect.
So then when you're saying that there's somebody who's on a suspension with pay, that's when they can use their pay time. So they're not being paid by the district. They can do a
swap of their time. That we're taking it from their accrued time. They have a suspension as a disciplinary and that's we work that out usually.
Right.
When people are in that situation. So that's why I wasn't sure what we were trying to.
Yeah, because I think, just understanding where there may be a suspension with pay would be like an administrative, where it's not going to be impacting the employee's pay. You're out of work, we're putting you, you need to not be at the work site because there's an investigation pending, but you're basically on administrative pay, but it's most districts will call it.
Different, because we haven't reached a suspension. That's not a suspension.
Okay, because most districts.
That's in the terms of that course of an investigation.
But that's important to know because sometimes I've seen these letters and it's not here yet. that, well, you're being put out on suspension, and it alarms the employee because they're thinking, I'm already being disciplined with a suspension, and nothing's even happened. So here it's called administrative leave with pay.
Yes.
Pending investigation.
Well, it's not even called administrative leave.
Okay.
We're basically pulling you from duty.
School business.
So we could, if I'm still paying you, I could have you come file somewhere, I could, you know, those types of scenarios.
And it doesn't always mean that anything was done wrong, you know, like
Yes.
you know,
It might not result
for lack of,
in
you're pulled from
disciplinary.
duty, you're still being paid while we
Right.
look into the
Got it.
allegation.
Okay.
So then what is this suspension with pay for
Well,
dismissal?
There's not.
We
that's
were
why
proposing
That's
it
what
be-
you were
Oh,
proposing.
Do you
okay,
know what
okay,
it
okay.
is?
Yeah, that's why we were.
Sorry.
Just leave it.
Yeah.
And TA
And we don't even put employees in that situation on leave
No,
per
they're
se.
not on
You're,
That's like school business.
it's like school business. It's like
Okay.
you're at a professional duty. There
Offsite
it
is
is.
the code
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
position.
Great.
Yeah.
Teacher
They don't have to
detention.
pay with their accrued, paying them.
Correct. Like
Yeah.
nothing, we're just looking into
Got
the
it.
situation.
No, that's
So you're saying that if someone was given a suspension as their disciplinary action, they can use their accrued
Correct.
time?
Correct. Yes, got it.
Okay.
All the things.
And
And then on 23.3.1. Did we ever find out any reason why the board chooses to not give
Oh.
arbitration to employees that have a disciplinary action?
Yes,
Okay,
so the language in 23.3.1
yep,
and 24.2.1
yep,
and 24.8.6. Get that in front of you like I.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So those are all related.
yep,
And so we did go back and section 447.401 was passed in 1974.
okay,
Became effective October 1 of 1974.
Mhm.
These provisions appeared in the next book.
yep,
So it's clear that after the statute was passed, the district and the union negotiated the language that's in there right now.
got it,
So they specifically negotiated that decisions rendered by the school board are final and not subject to grievance.
right,
They agreed that only grievance is based upon a dispute involving the misinterpretation shall be arbitrable.
Yep.
And the hearings will close,
yep,
despite the statute having been passed.
right,
So it seems to me that it's clear what their intent was, is to, despite having those statutory protections.
right,
And you guys are unwilling to bring it back to statutory requirements?
So I think we need to have a bigger discussion about that through, like, as we discussed with the ESPs, to talk about the grievance procedure in general.
This seems to be counter to what a lot of your thoughts and proposals have been on both sides, in both books, that you want to stick strictly to the statutory requirement.
Yeah.
But in this case, it seems to be evasive.
I understand that, and the reason I want to stick with the statutory language for overtime issues is any employer member could sue us for that. Here, we have agreed mutually to,
Break the law?
no, so you have statutory rights that you can waive. You've waived those rights. We are committed to working with you on the grievance procedure in general, but we can't just pick and choose parts of the grievance procedure to fit. I mean, it's a larger discussion to have that we've agreed. We'll form a committee and we'll talk about that grievance procedure. But we can't just pick and choose based on these three provisions. Does that make sense?
no,
No. It sounds like you're doing exactly that. You're picking and choosing when, looking at the statutory requirements are suiting what you guys want to propose or not.
But that's not true, because it's not that we don't want to do equalized pay. It's that we have a risk of being sued by an employee that we do that. We want to provide equalized pay, so it's not that.
so you,
It's that we have a risk of being sued there. We don't have a risk of being sued here, we don't. because the union and the district have mutually agreed to that. We are still committed to coming up with a solution for equalized pay and want to see if we can solve it for that. But unfortunately, non-union members and even union members, it's our belief, we obviously disagree, could sue us in a class action lawsuit for them.
And they could on the comp time issue too, but that was chosen, well, we gotta look into that. We have to continue to look at that because that's a cost. And then, you know,
Well, not in any of this content issue.
right, but I mean,
The other.
right, with our,
Yeah.
with our
Yeah.
ESPs.
Yeah.
And so that's the whole of that is where this is a problem. And again, I think what happened in 1974 and 1975, different time and place, we've been very clear that the union does not want to waive this anymore. And,
So I think that we need to then bargain that,
yes,
not simply just removing, we need to look at the entire, so that we can have, frankly, have a negotiation on that, a give and take of the
That's
grievance process.
that's what this is.
Well, that's why
We don't
said-
do negotiations in committees in closed session. That's not bargaining. This is. So I understand committee work to come up with ideas, but why? This is clear. We're here at the table now.
Because as we said before, which is why at the ESP stage, we just agreed on the they-thems.
Yeah.
And agreed to come together because it involves many more stakeholders than just the union and the people at this table. We needed to have a larger discussion about the grievance procedure. I thought we agreed to that on the ESP side. And we said we couldn't agree to that because we need to do some research. We did. We can't find the minutes from this meeting to really drill down as to why it occurred, but we know now when, and it coincides with that statute. And we're still committed to continuing a discussion about the grievance procedure, but frankly, we don't want that to stop getting payment in teachers' paychecks.
Right.
Can you, why? Obviously, that was decided a long time ago. Why do you feel more comfortable with something going to arbitration than stopping at level 3?
I think I explained that pretty clearly with the ESP group. So
You mentioned it with ESP, but I guess I'm curious that our board elected board versus an arbitrator.
I don't want to put words in her mouth, but it's politics.
yes.
It's the
Okay.
political
That-
climate that we live in
Okay.
right
That
All right.
is. And so,
Okay.
you know, again, that's 1974 to today. I mean, it's a very different. What I said with the ESP is that unit is that and we talk about this in our labor management, where there are laws that have come down now that are creating such uncertainty, problems for our employees, where an allegation that in the 70s or even a year ago were not an issue. And they're politically motivated because of the intent of, you know, lawmakers. And now with the final step for someone's career being politicians, that right now, I mean, maybe in the 70s and maybe throughout time, those board members, it was not as partisan, but it clearly is becoming more. So again, there is no interest in the union to waive a statutory right when it concerns someone's employment on that risk. And it should be final binding arbitration. That's our
Okay.
position.
All right.
And that's what this space is for bargaining, not with other parties. The agreement is between the Hillsborough Classroom Teachers Association and the school board. So I think our position would be just as clear in a committee, in any other conversation. I appreciate that we have the research now of it passed in 1974 and it was agreed the very next year, but a lot has not been updated in this contract clearly since the 70s. And this is something that's very, very important. So.
Okay. So what do we have right now? Because obviously we've gone through a lot of things. What do we still have pending? Or what, do you have any other counters that you had to bring?
I don't think it was just, our big one was on the, we kind of actually covered everything. Let me just look here real quick.
I felt super
the big one was-
unorganized doing it, so I'm glad we
No,
actually
it's good,
did.
because we had some counters, but kind of based with what you came with, we'll kind of encapsulate what we can do.
Okay.
Let me just make some notes here.
Okay.
Grievance form, I'm guessing that will be a no for now.
it's, I mean, we want to do a new grievance form, which is, we have some things to work through with that. Things like adding a Lawson number, like little things.
How about, appendix A with all those positions?
Yeah, I need to go
Okay.
line by line. I know you, I can tell you pulled them from what we have.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, we're in
Okay.
agreement to,
And then the, appendix C.
Yep.
Okay. So let us caucus for a little bit and we'll work a little bit more. We'll work on those few things that you gave us that I think we'll probably be able to agree to, or maybe a slight change, and then we'll keep talking about this planning duty meeting issue. So
Yeah.
I think, I'm feeling we've done a lot of good work to get to that's kind of all that's left, other than a few little.
okay, that's what I thought too. I just want to make sure
I
that.
could be wrong, but
And can I ask this, like around the grievance procedure, have there been discussions about other things you guys want to discuss around that? Or is it, it seems, I'm really confused,
Yeah.
quite frankly. I mean, is it just that you don't want to do this? And is that the policy you don't want to? And then let me explore what we could do. I mean, or is there a greater conversation that really can be had? Because I'm not understanding what that conversation
Let us
entails.
discuss it in caucus.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
all right,
I resent it to you.
thank you. All right. Okay. All right, let's see if we can get some easy stuff done
Okay.
first. So on, this is page 9, 2.2.2. We are good with what your counter was there. Every effort will be made to grant employee vacation requests whenever possible with 2 weeks' notice. If vacation is denied, the employee shall be provided with explanation for reason of denial as soon as possible.
Okay.
So
Sounds good.
I tried to kind of like keep it, we're gonna keep requests
Okay,
and keep that
sounds good.
scribble scrabble. I know it's in the document that Melissa sent. Perfect.
Already did that one.
All right, now we are on to page 20. Nope, not page 20. Not yet. Page 9. Oh, I sent this down.
29.
Okay, so I made copies and then I forgot to get them.
Okay.
So we would say this has to do with 4.3.4. This is the sending the students to the office. The teacher may send a student to the office. And I think your counter was with an administrator. Our only change there was just to say with an adult, with adult supervision. Let me pull it up. Hold on. Hold on.
Somebody's with them, right?
Yeah, we went back and forth that like, I know as an elementary teacher, like it was just kind of like, we never sent kids alone.
Yeah.
So we would include this. So it would be, a teacher may send a student to the office with adult supervision.
Mhm.
And then the rest stays the same.
Yep.
Okay.
That looks good.
All right, now we're on page 38. This is the 9.7. So we're willing to update it to the Education Practice Commission to say Office of Professional Practice Services, and then just keep the current language.
Okay.
And we could update education practice to OPPS.
Okay.
So.
Yep.
But everything else is keep the same.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would, all of it would be,
Yeah.
it would be this,
Office of Professional
and then
Practice
keep the
Service.
just keep it as is. Okay, all right. On page 69, the 17.3.6, we're good with your counter there. Social workers shall be granted experience credit for all full years of social work experience involving children in a K-12 setting or school district. And then the adjustments to 17.3.7, all Florida, all FRS and out-of-state public school system and retirees newly hired or rehired after retirement will be eligible for all verifiable public, private, and charter school years of effective teaching experience up to a maximum of 15 years of experience credit upon hire and rehire. And then we would put the effective July 1, 2023 there.
Perfect. Yep. I think that's a good,
Yes, it's good.
that's something impactful.
It is. We were talking about that and how that would, we've talked to retirees at processing, we're like, oh, we need to see what experience I get.
Yeah.
All right. 73, this is the group 1 supplement. So we're able to change dancerette to color guard dance. No other changes or additions for now.
Right.
Just do the theys and theirs.
Yep.
His and hers. And we agreed to continue to work on that in committee.
Okay.
I think we've got some great people for that already.
Oh, good.
So it would just be TAing that and then.
Got it.
Okay, 79 on the 21.4.7. So we looked into this, the new National Board Certified Teachers who teach in a Renaissance school shall receive an additional salary differential, 4,500 subject to negotiations. We just found out that these were approved, there were some approved last year. So we're willing to strike the last part there, the peer mentor. So keep that first sentence and strike. We know it's just this last year, but
There were some of these last year? Oh, okay.
yeah. So we would keep the first sentence and strike the last one.
Okay. I did not
know
know
this
that.
is-
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to just triple check. And then, yeah, strike it.
Where are they paying this out of? Professional learning?
Do you know where they're being paid out of? Know where they're being paid out of by any chance?
Okay.
I can find out what's on.
Just curious, more than anything.
Okay. Do you want to TA the table of contents or
We can.
without the grievance form?
Yep.
I don't know.
Yep.
Okay. And then we would just adjust.
Yep.
E and C.
Well, and obviously we just put in that the forms need to be 5 years, so we'll have to get that grievance form
Yeah.
redone.
And then, on the appendices, I don't know what we want to do there. We could just, TA and then maybe once the unit clarification is done, have
I
these
think that would be
updated. Okay,
good.
so what I'll do is I'll write a note.
Okay,
Here.
let's do that.
Will
Thank you.
so put these to the side right now. I did take them right off the website, but
Yeah, no, that's definitely.
grievance form, we'll just.
Yep.
Fix that.
I've been looking at some from different places just so that we can incorporate and I would love to be able to make that like a fillable PDF, like.
I think it's, keep it simple.
Yep.
It's not, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. I think
No.
it's very standard.
Yep.
I mean, even I was like finding ones from other
That's what I
districts.
was doing
and
too.
when David sent me the one, I was like, this is pretty much it.
Yep.
So for the appendix C, I'm gonna put the same note that we will include all agreed upon salary
Mhm.
schedules. And because I know that some of these are being updated. So.
Yep. Thank you.
These on the side. And then. And the MOUs, we don't have to TIA those because they've already been, like the Transformation Network MOU would
Yep.
go there and it's easily
Yeah.
found
No,
by,
that'll be really good.
yes.
You guys have always had them on your website, but to have them there will be
Yeah, but I
nice.
think it'll just be nice to be able to open that document and look, oh, they're.
Yep.
And then, you know, as
See
we
which ones are
update each
active.
year, that it's easy to just pull them in and out. And then same with the index would just be updating the date. And then I put a note, we'll update based on agreements, although I've looked at it and I don't know if it's been updated at all for a while. Sometimes it's like, that's not on that page. All right, so our last item, I know we've had a lot of conversations and worked around, and we. On this one? This is. No, we were waiting on teachers depending on what we did with duties, planning, and faculty meetings. So I think, you know, we've had a lot of discussion and I think, you know, I thought it was, I actually was like, oh, I'm glad we talked about it. Because I think when we were looking at what we had proposed in the faculty meeting language, which with what we were trying to do elsewhere, we realized that the way that came across is that, you know, these meetings can only be 25 minutes, like you were saying. That's a lot to get done. But then realizing that, oh, it's really about just doing it in our contractual time. So, you know, we feel like what we were proposing with the planning and duty coverage was to try to find that solution, but then it kind of got kicked even further.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I feel like we're super close on language, right? So we got a couple things that we could talk about. And, you know, we believe that we can make a deal, okay? I guess it really hinges on one thing. I mean, are you unable to agree to getting rid of the additional 25 minutes today? Because we believe that that is the trade option that we have on the table. That doesn't cost you guys any money. Because I can talk about other things that cost you money, but I know that that's a dead end street. So we believe that this is the route to fixing that which we want to. We believe that the issue is coverage of the young kids in elementary school in the morning and making sure they go into the buses. And we would like to help you with that. So with all that, what can we do to get all of this tied up with a bow? Coming back to our grievance procedure, and I know that Mr. Gibson brought out the Dead Sea Scrolls over there with some information. We're gonna explore that, and we're feisty about that, if you saw it. So we want to fix that as well. But we're willing to be able to come to an agreement without that today and come back to that and find out what our options are collectively, because we do absolutely feel very strongly about that. And I believe that Britt did an amazing job of expressing why that's a problem now, and one that seems to be gaining momentum, unfortunately, in our political and our state climate. Coming back to what we can solve are these two issues, okay? So let me ask you again, are we in a spot where we can't really talk about that, or can we talk about this all together, or do we need to come back at another date? That's what we need to talk about. So do you guys get a couple minutes to talk about this? You do, okay.
We do.
Okay.
Can we just have the little side?
You can, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Side room.
A little side room. Okay, so our team has discussed everything, and we, like you, want to get this right, and we want to work through this. But we feel like we need a little tiny bit more time.
Okay.
And want to know if you have availability on Friday to look at this topic and get her done. Some things we want to look at.
No, I hear you. I want to accommodate you guys on that, because
A couple things that we do think in this topic elementary and secondary have always been different in this topic,
Mhm.
right? Like it's always been even different how much is in the contract as far as duties. So it may also be, and the challenges for the faculty meeting part are different in elementary and secondary as well, because the elementary day looks different than the secondary day. So we want to explore that.
Okay.
And maybe look at that as two different things.
Okay.
And even though I know we like to keep equity among schools and things, elementary and secondary do look different in a lot of ways, and it's always been different here.
What are we doing about that other one? K-8. Because they would have two different worlds living
Yeah.
together, right?
Yeah,
So that's been the curveball all day.
it has been.
So
it has
you would have to
been.
try to solve for that as well.
Yep.
See discussion.
Correct.
right? Okay.
Correct. So,
So the availability that I have, it would be, would be from like between 9 AM and like 1:30. We
Mhm.
have a series of really important interviews starting at 2
okay,
through the rest of the day, so.
that would be perfect.
Okay.
Do you have availability here? Or do you want us?
We'll have
I think
to
so.
refer to Tamika, Friday morning, 9 to like 1:30, 2 o'clock.
I don't see anything on the calendar.
Okay, all right, so we can come here.
All right,
9
so
a.m.
because of
Friday.
the quick turnaround, I also want to ask who on your team, because we'll have to, that's a quick turnaround to get substitutes and those kinds of things. So before I leave, like I'll hang out behind, and if I can get just a list of who does want to
We'll do like a little Google
be
share.
released, because then we can send that out to principals first thing tomorrow. Huh?
I was just wondering, because we always have a tough time on Fridays,
Yeah,
the subs.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, if we need everybody.
well, and that,
We can.
I can do without it though.
yeah, so if you guys can just like, when we break here, if you guys talk about that, I'll hang behind to get
Okay.
that information from
Okay.
y'all. Because principals, that puts them in a little bit of
I
a,
hear you. No, and we are committed to wanting to get this done as well.
Mhm.
And I think we're at a spot where we're super close.
well, now we are completely laser focused on
Right,
really
now we
one
have-
thing,
Right, okay.
so.
So we'll just pass. You're
We could be
available
done by
Friday.
9:05.
I hope you're right, man.
I said we could. Could.
From, it would be 9 to, let's say 9 to 1.
Yeah.
9 to 1 on Friday.
All right, so I think we have, like I always, as much as I know we get to the end here and it feels like we're both like, no, let's leave it as it is. No, we can't do that. We have done a lot of things. We have TA'd a ton of language.
Can we request a copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls? Thank you.
They go back even further than that.
I'm sure. We got some archives too in the room that you're in.
I love that.
We've seen it.
Isn't
It's
it
so
amazing?
cool. You were looking at it that one day too. Yeah.
All the,
Alright.
things down there.
All right.
Advertising.
And again, for everybody on the team, like too, I just want to say thank you on our behalf. Like I know it's a lot of work and a lot of time away from your job responsibilities, and it's a lot, but I think we've done some really good work together, so.
Well, we just worked through 93 pages today.
Correct. Yes.
Val and I were trying to figure out, I wonder how many items it is. We don't even know.
No, there's no way to know.
One day we'll count it, but, all right, well, we'll see you Friday at 9.
Yep.
And before you leave, we'll have a sign-in sheet.
Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you, everyone.